What's up, Ichigo? How's it going? You left me on a cliffhanger yesterday, man. You said something about dynamic um, pose and then just didn't elaborate. Sorry, I got busy. Was running around. No problem. No problem. I understand. But I drew this pose. Hopefully, that's dynamic enough for you. I will never finish it. You will never finish what? Zero. What will you never finish? And why? Oh wait, hold up. Aren't you doing weapons? Aren't you doing weapons? You said I'm gonna be working on weapons for the near future. I'm quoting you, by the way. I mean, I don't know if you said it exactly like that, but you said something about weapons. Right here, this is my character. Her name is Gaki. Gaki. So a little sketch right here. Remember what she looks like. Now we have that. I just want to draw like some headshots of these characters real fast, and then we'll get going with our regular scheduled programs. Hair comes down like so. Eyebrows go up, curving down like so. Just kind of like right there. And right here, we'll get her eyes. Remember, like the top, like her eye just curves, stops like right there. This side. Yes, nice. Thanks. I'm glad you like it. This new whip. Yes, and a Lotus Nova drawing. Both of them together. Okay. Interesting. Come on, Gaki. What's going on? Why can't I draw you right now? For some reason, I don't know if it's because I know you guys are watching me, but like when I draw and stream, I can't. I can't draw. You think it's the nerves? I mean, I haven't been streaming in like a while. I mean, yesterday we came back from like a week break, so that could be like a reason. You know, her hair comes down and it's wavy. She's the beast tamer. She handles like animals and stuff. Let's do like a nice little wavy thing here. And we'll go down on this side. Come down. Let's actually bring it a little bit closer to the head. And then on this side we'll come down. Can add like a little thing. She's more on the smaller side in her build. I have it right here. Let me check real fast. How tall are you, Gaki? Let's see. Oh, I have to open it. I don't have it opened up. But Gaki is one of the shortest characters in the Selmara arc. My story. She's one of the shortest. I don't think she is the shortest, but she's one of them. She's definitely in the top 50. No, honestly, maybe even top 20 shortest characters in this arc. What's up, bro? How's it going, man? She is like five, five what? Is it Gaki who's the shortest? Or am I getting her? Because I keep getting her mixed with a different character of mine, whose name is Jazz. Wait, let me see. Let me see if I can find her. Gaki is. Drum roll, please. She's 5'9". Yes. So she's, yeah, she's 5'9" equates to the shortest or one of the shortest characters. Isn't that crazy? Like in the world that we live in, 5'9" is like pretty average for a guy in the Western world, anyway. But in this, it's on the short end because an average height in my world for a guy is 7 feet, and the average for a female is 6 feet. So she's below average female height. Alright, let's see that. She has black hair. She has green eyes, I believe. Green. Her hair. Let's put her ears. Like. Trying to get this going. Her nose. But I have to keep it pretty simple here. Should I do a line? Hold up. Let's do like a nice little thing like this for her nose. Yeah. But the thing is, she's not really. She don't be smiling like that, like much. So. But I'm gonna draw her in a smile. Why not? Smiley Gaki. I actually have two twin characters working on. I'm pretty sure I mentioned them. Yorin and Wait, hold on. Let's see. He's right here too. Yuki and Yorin, and they are inspired by Smiley and what is his name? I'm thinking of their real names. Nahoya. Nahoya and Soya and Nahoya from Tokyo Revengers. Yeah, that's their names. They're really cool. They're really cool. But as you guys know, when I draw my male characters, it's kind of like when I'm in like the zone of drawing male characters is when I do it, because right now I'm still in the female drawing thing. Once I draw like one male character, I end up drawing like 50 of them. You know what I mean? And it's too late. And we'll put like her lash going out like that. Out like that. We bring it in a bit. Let's bring her smile up here. I'm using a brush right now that I usually don't use for like what type of detailing I'm doing now. Oh, and let me make her face a bit rounder. It's a little sharp. and her hair's black, so we could just get it black. I have to remember her silhouette too. Her hair's pretty wavy at the bottom. Let's do this. Let's get it black. And does she have any earrings? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure she has like a necklace or something though. May, how's it going? How's it going? How have you been since yesterday, May? Do anything interesting today? Anything fun? Let's erase this part right here. Her eyes. Let's liquefy. This part right here I don't like. And yeah, like I said, her hair is wavy, so let's just add a little bit of waves and little strands going out. Thinking like she's in the wind. Not bad, but not good. Like I said, I don't know if it's because of when I'm streaming or what, or it's because I haven't been streaming in a while, but I feel like I can't draw while I'm streaming. You just wrote? You just wrote something? So I like to hear. Do you want to give us a little teaser, or gotta keep it? Gotta keep it hidden. Understand. Alright, let's do like a nice little. Wait. Always have to remember. Cocky. Not too bad. Not too bad. Let's give her a nice little shadow. And the bottom lip, I like a nice little. Should I? Yeah, let me draw a little bit of her body. A little tiny bit of her body. Alright, so let's think about this now. Okay, so neck is here. Right here I put like the clavicle, so let's go extend it. Let's erase this part of hair. We'll do like from right here. We'll come down right there for the shoulder. And then over here for that same distance, if this is like a center. And then, hold up, boom, 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 like right here. Boom, boom. Wait, no. Hold up. Let's think about this. Chinchilla sharp can cut glass. Yep. You know how it would be. Okay. Shoulder right here. So the ending like right there, and then we'll do like. Let's go in a bit. Like this. Length is fine. Shoulder coming out like right there. Let's bring that arm down, and then this shoulder going here. Let's go up, and let's put like the range coming down here, going up. So it has to be like about like right here, and then we'll put our hand up like right there. Have her like waving or something, and then this arm can come down. And then we can have like the base here, and then have like, I didn't know I was gonna draw so much of her body. It wasn't supposed to be this much. There, and then we'll come out like this. go out like that. Something kind of like this. It needs to be a little bit longer. Down there. Right? Boom. Boom. Yeah, that's about it. We'll go like this, and then we'll do like some nice tubes for her arms. Some simple, thin tubes. We don't want her to look too muscular or nothing. Another tube, taper it in. Could actually bring this a little bit higher, to be honest. Can have this part coming down. Get a nice little tube here. Get the elbow. And we can put her hand right here. Let's put like a thumb. She wears gloves too, I'm sure. She wears gloves. Like, not all of them wear gloves. Like, she wears gloves, and what's her name? Hira. She wears one glove on her left hand. Um, um, I don't know. Wait, hold up. Give me a second. Where's my phone? Okay. Alright. Okay. So, yeah. This is pretty fine. It's lower the opacity. And she wears, like, and listen, we're still playing around with her whole fit. But I was thinking of giving, like, I want her to have, like, okay, I'm just going to show you what I was planning, okay? So to show you what I was planning. But her outfit isn't, like, official yet. There's only, like, out of, like, these characters, there's only, like, let me erase this part for the hair, because it's throwing me off. There's only, like, 3 characters whose, like, clothes and everything are done, like, officially. Like, there's only 3 characters who have, like, out of the 12, I'll say, out of the 12, 3 characters are, like, done. Like, their outfits are done. Like, I know exactly what they look like. I just wanted to draw her head. I didn't know we were gonna draw, like, her whole body. I mean, not her whole body, but, like, up to this much anyway. This is more than I thought we'd do. Alright, so right here, and it will come in. And then right here, it will come out. Out. And it will go in, stopping here. So full body, pull the trigger. Okay, why not? Let's do a full body then. Alright, so pull the trigger, Ichigo said. Okay, we'll come down. And let's think how I want the legs to be half. Okay, and we'll go out and go in. And like right here will come in a little bit thinner than this. The thing is, right, because this pose that I was going for with her, I was going to do top down, but it looks like now I'm going straight on because of the fact that I'm doing the full body this way. Michael Jackson fan? Yeah, you know, if Michael Jackson existed in this world, in my world, she'd definitely be a fan. She wears boots, so let's actually get like some boots in there. Hold up, I feel like I made it a little too, yeah, let's bring it in a little bit more. bit more. Let's actually do some liquefying. Give me a second. I don't like this thing. I wanted to see exactly how I had the pants. One quick second, one quick second. Because if I don't have to do it this way, then I don't have to do it. Ah, you see? You see? So the pants are different. Like the pants that I had for her are different than. Okay, so I have her pants like this. Okay, wait. First, let's draw her legs. Let's draw her legs first. Okay, let's draw her legs first. See, this is why you guys need to build like, what do you call it? Like, what do you call it? Like, like reference pages. Like when you go on like pins. Let's say that like a board on Pinterest. When Pinterest used to be good, I tend to just find like these pictures and stuff and just save them like to a folder with like the characters' names on them. Like, okay, I want this character to have this character's or this person's eyes or hair or something, and this character's like clothes or something. Just try to build like a little thing to reference these characters. Like another character that I'm working on now, her name is Tess. She is pretty cool. She's one of my, because I wanted to build a character or create a character who had her hair covering her eyes completely, and then I was like, wait, hold up. What if her hair covered one eye? Almost on like some Urza stuff. But I changed it. So it doesn't, like, it still covers an eye, but it's kind of different. I'll do it after this one. I'll draw like a little thing of Tiss. And then we'll just go simple little tubes. And then we'll do like a nice simple little thing here for her boots, because she wears like boots. Like I said, she takes care of the animals. She be stepping in. She be stepping in a whole bunch of stuff, man. Alright, so her pants come down and they kind of like come out like this. Kind of on a baggy bit like this. Let's give her the boots and curve them a little bit more. And they're black too, so her pants are like a brown type of thing. It's always interesting because the place takes place in like a medieval type world, but every single time I create a character and the character just has on like some jeans. I mean, I don't have a character with jeans on, but I was thinking about it. I'm like, you know what? Is there a way that I can have this person get these pants and it makes sense to the story? And if it's like, yeah, then okay, then we run with it. Let's actually do some liquefy here. Should have did like a different pose. Once again, this wasn't a plan, okay? I wasn't planning on drawing this one full body. I should have drew a different pose, really. That's what I should have did. Oh crap, my tablet's about to die. Let me plug it in. Zoom in, 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 zoom in. I truly should have did a different pose. Maybe something like more like boom and then boom, boom, boom. You know, like something like this would have been cool. And then like this, and got her, because this is like more of her personality. If I were to do something like this and then put like the boot right here, and then put like the other boot like right here, covered obviously in the pants and the folds and stuff, and having her lean back like this, and erase. Why am I like boom, 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 boom? I'll never play Warframe. What the heck is a Warframe? And why the heck would you never play it? Oh, the screen did it again, didn't it? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And right here, we'll come down. And then we'll go like right here. And then this right here is also black. Why did I listen to Ichigo? Why did you make me do with Ichigo? Oh, and Kuriha, I might have to draw her also. I definitely won't draw like the full bodies for every single character. Will be here forever. I mean, we won't be here forever if I like just do like simple things with them. Don't judge this picture too harshly, please, please, please. This is the first thing I drew today. Okay, that's my excuse. This is the first thing I drew today. I should have warmed up before. Or this is Gaki. Okay, her hand is too big. But like I said, I was planning on drawing her in like a top down, and then you said draw her full body. I should have did the top down full body. I don't know. I don't know why I did that, but yeah, this is Gaki. Okay, that's her. That is her. I want to draw. I have to draw Modern. Um, what is her name? Ayla. Iona. No, let's do Iona now. I like Iona. She has red eyelashes. She out of the 12, I think she looks the best. Out of the 12, she looks the best. I think. And she's like she has like elven ears. I say that because in my world we don't have elves. We have how do you say it again? It's funny how I created a name for them and I don't remember how it's pronounced. But she is from the race. The character is this one, by the way. This one, but I'm changing her up. I'm just gonna draw her better because this one wasn't planning to be her, but you know, yeah. Let's actually liquefy this. By the end of the stream, we'll be warmed up. Okay, hopefully we'll be warmed up. Alright, so her eyebrows are here, and we'll do like here. Make sure it goes up there to that line. So like right here and then up, out, and then this part come out for the nose, and then it'll come down. Oh wait, hold it. I remembered this time. Wait, where is it? Don't tell me I have to. I mean, if we have to go, if we have to restart, then we gotta restart. But oh, there it is. We don't have to restart. Yo, this right here, like, is the greatest. And right here, Hulk solidified himself as my favorite. And then they wanted to do that piece of garbage in Ragnarok.
The slaves to kill Primus, and Hulk grabs it from her, crushing it, saying, "No, they are all free now." She shouts, "Why did you do that? Primus killed my father, he deserves to die." And the Hulk tells her, "If it's so, then kill him yourself." Elio looks at Primus and then turns to walk away. Primus says, "Thanks. I always knew that you were the smart one." And the Hulk turns to him and tells him, "Shut up or I'll do the job." One of the slaves shouts for the Hulk to watch out, and the mob beast lunges at him. He pulls off the obedience disc and he pats his nose, telling him, free. Now with more refugees and even the Empire's provisions, the Hulk leads the group toward the steps so that they can finally be free, and Jerome says that this is no man's land, protected by the Shadow Treaty. The Empire will not follow them there. However, since the Spike War, it's been a wasteland. Nothing grows there, only monsters
What
that
they
live
doing,
there.
Ragnarok?
The Hulk looks out
They
at the
made
wasteland and he says,
Hulk,
sounds like home. As the group
piece
continues
of
on, Nick
garbage.
says, we have to
That's
go
what they
back.
did.
I can hear the voices in the air calling to us. Back over at Char's village, the group spots Char and the governor killing a group of locals. Elio says that that's what they get for letting those people live. And Meek tells Hulk, it's time to smash. We are warbound. Seconds later, the Hulk leads the charge down on the Imperial Guards. And as they do, an explosion begins to go off from behind. A large boulder is thrown into the group, and Hulk and Krog stop it from crushing everyone. As everyone fights, Meek sees Char and he tells him, I'm coming for you. Char says, you couldn't finish me before. What makes you think? But before Char can even finish his words, Meek grabs a spear, stabbing into him, and he picks
No,
up
they
his
didn't.
body. Hulk and Krog throw the
Like,
boulder onto the
never mind.
Death's heads, and Krog runs over to Meek, telling him, it's over. Meek pulls out the spear and dagger, and he asks, over? Meek is just getting started. Meek shouts as he leads a group towards the guards, but before killing them, Hulk says, stupid bug. He claps his hands, knocking everyone to the ground, and Meek jumps at the Hulk with his spear, asking, why? As the spear hangs from the Hulk's chest, Krog tells him, you already know why. And Meek tells him, all I know is what you taught me. Back at the Imperial City, Kira fights off a group of rebels as she sees the Red King torching a group of townspeople. Kira jumps in his way, telling him to let her, and then she slams her hand down, knocking everyone to the ground. She gets back up, telling him, there, they won't bother you now, but the Red King tells her, they will bother me. They're still alive. But before he can go back to killing, the king's assistant shouts, the governor, he returns! The Red King asks, where is his army? And the governor says that it's like the old rhyme says, he isn't the Green Scar, he's the Sakaar son. Instantly the governor is burned where he stands, and the Red King shouts that he is the Sakaar son. He is the hero protector, the deliverer of people, the true son of Sakaar. Meanwhile, back with the Hulk and his group, the night begins to fall over the snowy steppes. As everyone regroups, Meek heads over to the younglings. And the Brood tells him that they've been calling for him. They've been calling for him to change. The next morning, the refugees say that they've received a transmission from the Crown City. Hundreds of slaves are rioting in the streets, and the time for them to return is now. The Hulk tells them, so go. All I ever wanted was for people to leave me alone. If you all have a brain, you'll shut the hell up and leave me before I kill this whole stupid planet. Meek's voice chimes in, telling him, no, you're not going anywhere. The Hulk looks up to see Meek changed in his hive, telling him that Meek is no longer Brother Meek. He is King Meek. Meek holds up a spear, telling the Hulk that they are warbound. And the Hulk smacks it away, telling him, get your hands off me. All of the Hive brothers begin to charge in and jump on the Hulk, and Meek leaps through the crowd, stabbing into the Hulk's chest. The Hulk knocks Meek off and he shouts, you just don't listen. I said I was done. He raises both of his fists over Meek's body, and as he swings down, Korg jumps in the way, taking the hit. Korg looks up, stating that Meek wants to hunt the Red King, but you need to stop. Meek helps Korg get back up, asking, how can I stop? This is what I was made for. So with that, Korg and Jerome lead a group of refugees into the steppes, while Hulk follows Meek as he takes his army towards the Empire. As the army moves, the refugees spot Kira and her army coming towards them, and the archers open fire, but the arrows just bounce off and break on Kira's skin. The captain tells the archers to reload, but the Hulk tells them to wait. I'll handle this. As him and Kira walk into the field, the Hulk asks, what does she want? And she says that he should have listened to her before. Now the king wants his head, and the Hulk says, that's funny, I was just coming for his. Kira then says that he'll kill millions to get to him, and the Hulk says that he'll kill them anyway. Kira holds out her spear and says maybe, but if she can kill him first, there might be a chance. As the end of the spear is thrust into the Hulk's shoulder, he says, that's cute, and he pulls it out. He then takes out his sword, and with such a force, he slams it down on Kira's spear, shattering both weapons. The two run at each other as the Hulk slams down, and Kira punches forward. The force from the two blows shake the ground, and the dust settles, and the Hulk gets up, telling her, so that's the old power. Kira starts to get up, telling him that he should be dead. And the Hulk tells her, you look dead. As the two start to make their way towards each other, one of the guards then looks at the blood left from the Hulk, and he says, it's really him. The Green Scar is the Sakaar son. The Red King in response says, fine, so do it now. Suddenly, one of the Imperial dreadnoughts begins to fall out of the sky, and it crashes onto the Imperial army. The Hulk asks, "Was that a bomb?" And Kira tells him, "No, it's not a bomb. It's the spikes." Small flesh creatures begin jumping out of the dreadnought and latching onto anything that moves. And Kira goes on, stating that they will destroy the world. The Hulk picks up a spear, asking, "Didn't you hear? That's my job." As the infected shuffle towards them, the Hulk scoffs that they really don't look so tough, and she better not go anywhere because once he's done with them, he's going for her. Kira takes the tip of her spear and slams it into the Hulk's foot, telling him that he won't get a chance. He shouts, "Fine!" And then he grabs Kira and he throws her over at the group of infected. Once she's in the clear, the Hulk turns back and begins smashing through the infected. And as he punches a hole through one, it spits out a tentacle into his neck. Meek shouts to the Hulk to come on, and the Hulk turns back with the spike slowly consuming him, and he shouts, "Run!" Meek doesn't leave, and he pulls and rips the spike out of his own chest, and then he stabs it into the ground. The Hulk laughs, calling Meek a stupid bug, and as a giant spike crawls up, Meek says that he's going to need a bigger spear. The Hulk then tells Meek to back up. He needs some room, and he slams his fist into the ground. The ground begins to split, causing the giant spike to fall, and Elio tells everyone to hurry this up. She points to a nearby village and says that if they can get there, they'll be safe. Meanwhile, over at the village, the Red King radios to Kira, telling her he thought that he told her to kill the Green Scar. Kira shouts that they need Death's Hands and Deathfire bombs to clear up this mess. The Red King smiles, telling her to relax. They're already on the way. Another dreadnought appears and begins to drop those bombs, but not on the spikes.
I understand, okay, that they couldn't do all of this, especially because they don't have the rights to Hulk, so they were able to make a completely Hulk movie. But come on, man! Like, this guy right here is the one that was pouting? Oh my gosh, they had him pouting. They had this man. This one right here, because this is the one that they based it off of. That's why they gave him the armor and everything. This one, they had him over here, like, throwing a temper tantrum. Oh my god. Disappointing.
Kira watches
Truly.
the bombs begin to circle around the village as she says that he is trapping the entire village with the spikes, and the Hulk looks up into the sky, smiling. Stupid pinkies. Kira then helps the village defend against the spikes with flamethrowers while the Hulk begins to throw boulders, making a path in the village. As he gets there, he jumps on the wall, telling Kira to burn him. The Red King tells her not just yet, and the Hulk shouts, "No!" Kira aims the gun and covers the Hulk in flames, and he reaches up, grabbing the gun, telling her, "Thanks, those are starting to itch."
Oh,
he then begins to shoot down at the spikes, and he tells
tell
everyone
you.
to back up. Kira
When I
grabs
tell you,
another
Kira.
gun and stands with him as the two burn the spikes down. Down in
Kira.
the village, Meek leads the younglings to safety, but the younglings say that they can sense something is there. Meek runs towards one of the silos, and he opens up the door, and he sees their queen chained up. Meek shouts, "Queen!" And the queen says, "Hello, my king." A few seconds later, Meek and the rest of them burst out of the silo, shouting that he will kill them all. And Elio tells him to stop, but Meek continues to shout that they were making her lay eggs for them to eat. Now he will eat them. But before Meek can bite off one of the villagers' heads, a spike shoots out, stabbing into the queen. The Hulk grabs onto the end of the flamethrower, burning his hand, and then he jumps down, ripping the spike out of the queen. One of the hive runs up, burning the spike, and Meek asks if and she tells him, "Yes, little king, I will live." Korg then floats down on one of the transport platforms, and he says that he's been busy. And the Hulk laughs. It's time to blow this joint. While everyone holds off the spikes, Kira helps load everyone onto the transport platforms, and then notices a small child alone crying. She runs over to get them, and then the Red King tells her that she can't kill the Hulk. So now her—
Who's Kira? Oh, you don't know?
Getting in his way. So this is where they say goodbye.
Kira the real one, bro. Ah, right here. This is her right here. This is right here. Oh man. Oh man.
Kira looks up to see the dreadnought hover and then release more bombs. The child says that they are scared, and Kira holds them close, stating, "Close your eyes." The bombs fall, and everyone turns back to the center of the village, and through the fire, Kira walks up holding the child. And as the wind blows, it blows the ashes of the child away. The whole—
Kira's when I tell you, bro, y'all don't know nothing. And the thing that pissed me off, like I said, yeah, what you said is true, Titan, that Hulk's being stupid has been a thing. I understand that. But they said that they based that one off of this one. And they didn't leave. All they gave him was the suit. That's it. When I saw the trailer, I was like, oh shoot, we getting something for real. Man, they ain't give me nothing. And I don't read a lot of Hulk stuff. Yeah, but Hulk, especially this one. This one right here made me like Hulk my favorite Marvel character. This comic right here. This right here. Man. It's so good. So
Hulk
good.
reaches down and he helps Kira onto the platform to help her get away from the mess. And as the group flies over the spikes, Jerome says, "You, who are warbound, speak your true name and be bound to us forever." Kira recites her name as Kira the Old Strong, once the Emperor's shadow, and now she will fight by their side until they are all dead, or until she splits the Red King from gullet to groin. The Hulk says that works for him, and he shouts to the Dreadnought, "Listen up! You tried to kill me with swords and spears, bombs and spikes, but you just made me mad. So get ready, Red King. We're coming for you."
Oh, you skipped it on purpose?
After escaping
I
the
mean,
spikes
I
from
was
the
like
small
the
village
TV
of
show. I don't
Ansar, Hulk
remember it in
and
the
regroup at their small encampment.
the show
The
specifically.
nameless brood tells
I mainly,
the young hivlings of the stories of the Green Scar, who has set
know
them free
the
and
comic
the children
of it.
cheer. But as the spirits of the refugees rise,
But the Hulk
Kira
shows
tells
were pretty-
Hulk that it's time to
pretty
move
cool,
out.
I guess.
Meek says that they must wait. They've almost stopped the bleeding of their queen from the spikes. And Kira tells them that if they stay, the Imperials will catch up to them and they will all be dead. Just as she says that, a fiery blast shoots through the camp. Everyone turns back to see the Imperial army herding the spikes in the direction of the camp. Kira stands before the army telling them to please listen, but the Imperial captain shouts that the Emperor commands this. They won't be stopped until every rebel is dead.
It was called
As the
yeah.
Imperial army begins to push the spikes forward, Hulk says,
But I'm talking
"Forget
about,
this," and he slams his fist
like,
into the ground.
there was
The
a
shockwave
couple
splits
of other
and
shows
cracks
that I
open
didn't
the
see.
planet, causing the
Oh my
lava
gosh,
below
what
to
was it?
rise and wash over the spikes. While the others help the refugees escape, Meek flies up to the hover platforms and begins knocking and throwing the Imperial army down into the lava. One of the Death's heads manages to shoot back up onto the Hulk's platform, causing it to tip over. Elio tries to grab a hold of the Hulk and Kira, but down in the lava, Korg tells her not to worry. He's got it covered. Just as the Hulk and Kira fall, Korg grabs a boulder, tossing it into the lava, creating a platform for the two of them to land on. And just then, a creature surfaces out of the lava, screaming! And Kira shouts that it's a macaw! Hulk laughs. "I've always loved them lava monsters, but I've got a better idea." He grabs Kira by the waist and he leaps off of the boulder, and Meek pulls Korg
Man,
out
Kira.
as Korg says that it will be tough to top that on a second date. An hour later, Hulk and the refugees continue on, but as everyone cheers at their victory, the
Morgan
Hive
just
Queen
posted
tells
another thing.
Meek that he did all that he could. The spike's infections have run too deep. They must run before it's too late. Meek shouts, "No, he won't!" However, the infection spreads over the queen and she begins to lash out at everyone.
Ooh.
Hulk grabs a club,
Are you
telling Meek to get
planning
back,
on using
and
this
Meek
pose,
wrestles him down, telling him,
sir?
"You will not kill my queen!" He then looks at one of the flamethrowers on the ground and with sadness in his eyes, he burns the spike along with his queen. Everyone watches in silence, and as Meek stops the infection, he then kills the last remaining queen of the Hive. Jerome tells Kira that it is time. They must see the Shadow Elders, they must listen, and they will help their cause. Hulk turns back, stating that he doesn't need their crummy, but Jerome stops him, telling him that even he cannot fight the Imperials alone. And so the refugees march through the deserts to find the Shadow Elders. As a passing sandstorm blows over, the Hulk pulls the tarp away, feeling a rumble coming out of the ground. And then he looks out to see several Corkers, and behind them, the Shadow Elders. Hulk runs in to battle the Corkers, and then one of the Elders tells Hulk that they did not come to fight. The Corkers came to find him. One of the refugees asks, "Who are these people?" And Archie, the robot, tells him, "Let's see, they are tall, gray, and wrinkled. I'd say that
That's
they're the
dope.
Shadow Elders." One of the Elders calls out
Tom
to Kira,
Sterling
asking
was
why is she
dope,
here?
man.
Should she not be serving the Emperor? And she tells him that she no longer serves the Emperor. He has released spikes on them, and it will bring doom to them all. The Elder says that she must go back. She must mend the rift. But Jerome stops him, telling him, "Can you not see? He has come." As the Elders look at the Hulk, a light begins to swirl around the group, and in a flash, the Elders alone with Hulk vanish. The light fades, and the Hulk looks around the inside of a temple, asking, "What is this?" One of the Elders says that it's an ancient vessel that brought the Shadow people here from their world. They only have traces of the old power left in their blood, so they fired up the ancient engines and created a great portal. It brought the Death's Heads, the Silver Surfer, and then him here. The Hulk asks, "Why?" And the Elder goes on saying that they believed the old stories that said the Sakarsan will come and save their planet. However, before they can offer their support, he must first pass a test. That is, if he isn't afraid. The Elders gather around Hulk, and suddenly he is shocked, and the images start to flash before his eyes. The images are of when the Hulk had fought against his friends, and the voices of the Elders tell him that even though they are his friends, they challenged him, and they will do so again, because he is a monster. He laughs, telling him, "Yeah, but so are you," and one of the Elders tells him to look deeper. The images begin to change, and then he sees Tony Stark, Reed Richards, and others, all telling him that everything he does ends up in death. He punches the image of Tony in a fit of rage, and then he shatters it. The images all begin to fade, and the Elder asks how can he unite when his heart is so full of hate. He is not the Sakarsan. Kira shouts that it doesn't matter. He stopped the spikes. He's saved. But the Hulk stops her, telling her, it doesn't matter. And then he lifts up the Shadow People's ship, stating that he's got what he's come for anyways. Back outside, the spikes begin to surround the group outside and they attack. But as they do, the Imperial Dreadnoughts too begin to fly overhead. Just as the fighting begins against two of the groups, Hulk and Kira ride atop the Shadow People's ship, fending off the air attacks. Kira tells the Hulk that they could be riding on the inside. The missiles can't hurt the starship of the Shadow People. And the Hulk grabs one of the missiles out of the air and he throws it down into the spikes, telling her, "Yeah, but this is a lot more fun." From inside of the ship, Archie says that he just about had the EMP ready, and suddenly a light shines from the starship, and all of the dreadnoughts begin to lose power and fall to the ground. The Hulk says, "All right, next stop is Crown City." As everyone gets back in the ground, Hulk tells Meek, "You can smell it, right? The spikes. They're trying to chem with them." Everyone looks around at the spikes not attacking, and the Hulk begins to walk towards one of the fallen ships containing the spikes. Before walking into the ship, the Nameless Brood says that they are calling for the Hulk inside of their ship, and Meek says they can't trust these stupid little spikes. So what are they gonna find inside? Hulk inside sees a larger formed spike, and he tells him, "Bigger spikes." Back outside, Elio and Jerome wait for the Hulk's return when a group of Sakarsans walk up to Elio, telling her that these men have come to see her. They say the Red King's days are over, and they call for a queen. Suddenly, an explosion goes off in the distance, and Elio tells everyone that they will fight their way to the city. But before she can go very far, the people around Elio burst into flames, and the Red King floats down, telling them, "It's always so satisfying cleaning house, isn't it? Now, would you like to die by incineration or decapitation?" A loud stomp can be heard, and the Hulk asks, "What about option 3? I kick your ass." Before coming out, Meek says, "These are the Spike Fathers. They are coming with them, telling their stories and sending their memories. They are known as the Spikes, killing spores that consume any organic material that they touch. But that is not who they truly are. In their natural form, they live out in space, absorbing the cosmic energies from the dying stars. Every few generations, they migrate, but as they passed by our
My apologies.
something went wrong and their ships crashed onto the surfaces. Without their cosmic energy, they lost their minds and souls and went insane, consuming everything that they touched. The Emperor's robots forced them into the ships and launched them on our shattered moon, locking them in the hull for generations. Now, the Emperor has brought them back, and their children run insane through the world. The father then says that for a little while they can help, only if they help in return. Back in the current time, the Red King knocks Hulk to the ground with his fiery sword, and Hulk tells Meek to chem, so the Red King can see. That way, when he beats him to death, he'll see why. Suddenly, the Red King stops him because they see the lives and stories of all of those that he's affected. And when they fade, he tells everyone, "What do you want from me? Tears? I killed them as my right, as my duty, as my pleasure." The Red King slashes at Hulk, and after breaking through his arm guard, the Hulk takes both of his fists and cracks the Red King across the face. After punching him away, the Red King fires 2 missiles, stating, "Yeah, well, I can get mad too." The Hulk walks through the blast, smacking him away, telling him, "You're not mad enough." The Red King picks himself back up and he tells Hulk, "I'll give you one last chance to kneel before me, or I'll burn everything that you've ever tried to save." The Hulk tells him, "You're dead." And the Red King turns back, pushing a button, telling him, "No, we're dead." The ground begins to crack, and through the splits, the lava starts to rise up, spewing and tossing into the air. Kira says that as the old strong, the planet speaks to her, and it cannot hold. The Red King has cracked its plates. Hulk listens to the refugees as they ask, "What are we going to do? The planet is splitting and we're all going to die." He then jumps down into the hole and he begins to swim through the lava, down to the shattered plates. With all of his strength, he pulls and he shifts and he pulls back up top. Kira says that the plates have been shifted, and Korg tells her of course he did it. He's the Hulk. Seconds later,
like,
Hulk
how,
shoots out of
this
the lava
man,
up into the air and he punches
this
through
man
the
ain't
Red
normal.
King's shield, shouting,
I mean, obviously,
"Die!"
but come on.
The Red King's body is thrown through the city walls into the wild bot forest. Some of the locals shout that it's a wild bot, but the Red King gets up yelling, "You're just stupid slaves! I am no wild bot!" And then the sounds of clicking can be heard as a spike shoots through the Red King's back. As the rest of the wild bots come out, all that can be heard is the screams of the Red King. Hulk then lands in the middle of the city, crushing the Red King's pauldrons, telling everyone, "The real monster of this planet is dead." Everyone begins to cheer, and Jerome says that the war is over. Let the peace begin. Though the war with the Red King is over, the Hulk leaves with the Spike Fathers. As the night falls, the arena cheers for their new king, and as Korg hands Hulk the crown, Hulk asks, "Was this your bright idea?" Korg tells him that he did this because he knows that he can do this. He has the strength and the will. And as they look back at Hulk on the throne, the Spike Fathers all offer their tendrils to Hulk.
The GOAT!
The gamma radiation. Kira watches and says that he cannot bear every burden of this world. And the Hulk responds with, "Says who?" As he grips into the throne, Kira holds his hand, and Jerome looks back at the crown, quietly stating, "May the prophet preserve you, King Hulk."
And listen, you see, listen, they didn't even let us breathe. Hold on. They didn't even let us breathe yet. Look at that. You can read that right there.
After finally defeating the Red King, hours pass as the Hulk sits on the throne as the Spike Fathers latch onto him. They are sucking him dry. Kira tells him that it's been 7 hours, even he can't take, but the Hulk stops her, telling her, "I'm the Hulk. I can take anything." As he groans, Kira watches as the Hulk's hand starts to change into a human's hand. Bruce Banner is finally there, and he says that so long as they feed on him, no one has to die. The Spike Fathers release themselves, giving their thanks, and they float off through the window. Bruce gets back up and he takes off his cloak and he reverts back to the Hulk, and he asks, "How about we get some breakfast?" Down in the city, Meek and Elo chase down a group of loyalists as they run back into their temple. As Elo kills one of them, one of the loyalists inside begs for her to spare them. She shouts, "Why should she?" They supported the Red King, while he and the woman that asks if that's Elo, and Elo asks if that's her mother. Meek runs in shouting, "Kill them all!" And as he swings at her mother, Elo stops him, telling him to wait! That's her mother. Meek tells her it doesn't matter! She helped the Emperor! One of the Hive brothers grabs Elo's mother, saying that it doesn't matter, they're killing her! Elo swings his sword back, cutting the Hive brother's face, and Meek points his spear, shouting, "Pinkies!" Elo shouts back, "Bugs!" And the Hulk crashes through the wall, calling them both punks. He separates the two of them, and they continue shouting back and forth, and the Hulk tells them, "Fine. You want to argue? You can settle things in the great arena." As Meek's brothers and Elo's rebels face off in the arena, Korg tells them that this is their last chance to drop their weapons. As neither answers, Korg says, "So be it." And the bell for the fight is rung. Both Meek and Elo charge at each other, but neither is attempting to really fight. Hulk slams his fist on the ground, shouting for them to hurry up and fight! 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 He runs in, knocking Elo and Meek away, telling them, "If you don't want to fight, go ahead and fight me or die." Both groups start stabbing into the Hulk, and he continues to shout, "Come on!" As the last spear is thrown into him, he tells them, "This fight is over. We are all war-bound now. So embrace your brothers, or I will kill you myself." The next day, Shadow Elder...
That's literally, hey. I mean, especially in a war about... Look at Kira, hold up, man. Hold up, y'all don't see Kira. Look at her, right? just sitting down, with a little glass of wine in front of. But that's how you gotta handle some of these, especially in a world like his. He like y'all handle that 1-on-1 right now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh y'all don't want to do this. Oh y'all called us. What? Oh let's fight now. Now I'm in, right? And then as soon as obviously I stay in the bubble. All it's like yeah. Are we everything squashed now? All right. Let's go eat some. I mean you got to. You got to.
To reestablish their shadow pact with the new king. They give Hulk an offer. So long as he guarantees their ancient land rights, they will pledge their support to him in the time of war.
Who's
and
that?
provide him with a shadow guard. Kira, the Old Strong, was the Emperor's guard, and Hulk stops them, telling them, I don't need a shadow guard. I want a queen.
What I thought, man. Hold up, bro. Let me rewind that, because, like, Hulk be spitting sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Man, that little bum, I'm calling him that. That bum from Thor Ragnarok would have never said something like that.
And provide him with a shadow guard. Kira, the Old Strong, was the Emperor's guard, and Hulk stops them, telling them, I don't need a shadow guard. I want a queen.
Look at her face.
He holds out his hand. And to Kira, and she takes it.
All right, let's keep going.
As the two walk off, Korg says that he believes that they have themselves a treaty.
Hey, Hulk was like, hey, okay. Let me stop.
And she takes it. As the two walk off, Korg says that he believes that they have themselves a treaty. After a short moment of preparation, Hulk returns to his chambers, and Kira sits kneeling before a blue.
Kira, look at her hair now. From Star Wars? Oh, Star Wars. I mean, I'm not like the biggest Star Wars person, so I don't know exactly. But like, look at the hair down. Hold up, bro. Hold up. We got it. Wait up. Let's just continue.
Flame. She tells him that she is a shadow, and for their marriage to be true, they must complete the shadow ceremony. So
look at she got the curl out.
Will he kneel with her as she kneels with him? Hulk kneels, stating,
Kira! Yo. Let's just continue, bro. Let's continue.
I will. And then Kira takes his hand over the blue flame, asking if he will burn with her, as she burns with him. And the Hulk says, I will. Kira then asks, will he bear his body and soul with her, as she bears it with him. And the Hulk remains silent. She tells him that she must know him, all of him. So please show her. He looks at her and tells her, all right. His body begins to revert, and seconds later, Bruce is there, and he tells her that his name is Bruce. And she asks, so the Hulk let him out so that she could see all of him. Kira stands for a moment, and she...
Yo, Kira's a real one. Any of these other, listen, this is a metaphor for real. Hold up. This is a metaphor. You sent me 3 pictures? All right, hold up. Let me see the pictures before I continue to tell you guys what the metaphor is. Ah. Okay. But listen, hear the metaphor. She was like, show me everything, right? And then he brought up this bum, skinny, weak little man. And she was like, okay. And she was still up. So he literally took everything away. It was kind of like all his money gone, right? All his cars, his houses, his jewelry, all that gone. Is she still gonna be down? Is she still gonna be weak? Oh. Kira! Kira, really, when I tell you Kira's a real one, bro, like, listen. She saw what Hulk, she saw what Hulk was out here doing. She saw what Hulk was out here doing, bro. Hulk took everybody out. And then now, she like, show me the real you. And look at,
reverted seconds later.
She see this skinny little butt. What? She was like, but listen, and nothing changed. Instantly, look, let's continue. I'm gonna mute it just continue, just so you guys can just see the visuals. And then she was like, right? And then she was like, you know what? Hey, just don't, hey, bro. This is Kira's a real one. Like Kira ain't what? Kira, I need a Kira. I need a Kira, bro. Oh my god, bro. Huh? What? And she got the little curls. Bro, what I tell you, bro. Like, this man literally, because his strength is his bag, right? So he took the bag away. Akira, no. He took the bag away, bro. Like, he literally said, listen, look at me. I'm broke now. I got no money. I got no power. I got no nothing. Are you still down? And she was down. She was down, bro. That's a real one right there. You gotta find a person like Kira, bro. When you down, when you broke, right? When you don't got it like that, and she gon' still be down. And she gon' still be down. Oh my gosh. Leave me alone. Oh my god. Man, Kira.
For a moment, and then she kisses Bruce. And as Bruce reaches back, his hand begins to change back into the Hulk. Meanwhile, over in the science hall, Meek and the Nameless Brood walk through the science hall as Meek says how the Pinkies will get their queen. But the Hulk is forgetting about them, forgetting about their dying queen, forgetting what he's made for, being angry, smashing, and revenge. The Nameless Brood says that maybe it is time for forgetting. Now come so that they can be alone in the dark. As Meek grabs onto the Nameless Brood's hand, he hits a button, and the room lights up, and the video of Reed telling Bruce that he's sorry starts to play. Meek watches and says, this will make the Hulk remember his anger. With the reforming of the government, he spends the evening sleeping with his new queen. And as he lays, he hears Meek's voice call out to him that he has something to show him.
Kira!
The evening sleeping with his new queen. And as he lays, he hears Meek's voice call out to him that he has something to show him. Hulk hurries over to the science hall telling Meek, this better be good, whatever it is. And as the recording from Hulk's ship plays, Meek says that it's the recording that he brought. His name is Bruce, right? Hulk watches and listens, and then he says, they tried to kill me. He smashes the screen and he looks back at the researchers. He doesn't say a word, and he leaves. A few moments later, Kira begins to wake up asking what's going on, and then she notices the Hulk carrying her as he leaps from the palace. When they land, Kira looks around and says that this is the steps. Why bring her here?
Kira,
Hulk tells her that
Kira.
She once said that this is a place of peace, that if he were to come here, he would never have to fight again, so maybe they should just go. She kisses him, telling him that she will go wherever he wishes, but he does not need to fear himself. They fought for this land, bled for this land, and now, look what's been brought to them. Kira goes on saying that he doesn't need to run away because this is where he belongs, with his people, with his queen, and his children. She moves his hand to her stomach and his eyes widen. Later in the Trader District that was destroyed by the Red King's rampage, the loud booms can be heard shoving everyone around. Everyone rushes over to see what's going on, and Meek flies in asking, what are you doing? Hulk tells him, war is over. Now we make peace. However, the Red
Will I choose willingly? Like, no. I wouldn't choose nobody that's extremely skinny or extremely fat. Those are both, like, not good for your health. So if I were out there choosing, none of those will be chosen.
King's enemies still surround us. So I will have Jerome and Cord go to the Phillians to negotiate a treaty. Archie will go to the Twisted Wood to speak with the Wild Bots. Oh, frats. Hulk then points to Meek and Ello, telling them that they will help him with the spikes, but first they have some cleaning to do. After they begin to clean the district, Hulk and the others head over to the spikes to help pull their ship out of the ground. As all of the spikes begin to board their ship, he asks, what are they saying? And Meek says that he's chemming with the big spike, but they're not saying anything. He's just happy to return to the stars. Once everyone is ready, the two ships fly into space, but before letting the spikes go, Hulk stops by the shattered moon to help with the captive spikes. He jumps out of the ship to open up the sealed hulls, and as the spores return to the fathers, Alo says that she can feel it. It's like a million voices all going home. As the spores leave, Alo sees Hulk burning and asks what he's doing. Meek tells her that he's going home too. He's just taking the fast way. As Hulk falls back to the planet, Kira runs out to see what's going on, and Korg says something fell, but he can't tell what it is. Jerome tells him it's alright, and in fact, it's perfect. Back in the city, everyone can feel the voices from those lost by the spores, hearing the voices telling everyone goodbye. As the Hulk returns, everyone cheers for the Green King. So much so that even the children have built a statue of Hulk for when he first landed on the planet. He looks around and he asks, what is all of this? And Kira just tells him to smile. Behold and smile. She says it's time for them to just live. And just then a beeping sound can be heard from the ship. The recording of Reed begins to play, and the message, warning, warp core compromise, begins to play. Hulk runs to the ship telling everyone to run away, and he rips it out of the ground. He throws the ship as hard as he can into the sky, and he tells everyone to get down. A second later, the ship creates a massive explosion. As the blast hits the ground, the Hulk shields Kira, but she tells him not to worry. She will never leave him. Everyone who's away from the city can see and feel the explosion as it rips through the ground, along the pathway to the Phillians. Korg asks what just happened, and he turns back and says it was the humans. Their shuttle exploded. The ground beneath them begins to crack, and lava shoots out of the ground, burning everyone. As Jerome tries to save the people, Korg says his face turned to stone. Jerome quietly says the Shadow Elders are dead. The strength of the Old Strong has been passed down to him. But it's too late. The humans have killed them. They have killed their whole world. As the ground burned, Meek flies overhead to the Shadow Starship, and he tells everyone to grab a line. Korg grabs one and he tells Jerome to take his hand, but as Jerome just looks up, he stares. Korg tells him that they are warbound to the end, so either he takes his hand, or he will come down into the magma and get him! Jerome takes Korg's hand, and as they lift, the ground breaks apart, covering the entire area in lava. Back at the center of the explosion, Hulk tells himself that the people said that he was the Sakarsan, but he was the world breaker all along. He just didn't know that they were too. The stupid humans with their stupid shuttle. They can't do anything right. He picks up Kira's body, and he thinks about how he wishes that he could just die, burn away into nothing. But now, the bomb has made him stronger. Soon, Kira's body turns to ash from the heat, and he slams his fist into the ground, ripping a giant piece of the earth apart, throwing it, shouting, "Give them back!" The smoke begins to fade, and the Hulk falls to his knees, asking for them to give her back. He looks up, and he sees the Shadow Starship. The starship lands, and from the hatch, Jerome, Korg, Meek, Alo, and the Nameless Brood come out. He tells them to leave him alone, and Jerome says that they are warbound to the end. Hulk sighs, stating that this is the end. Nothing left to save, nothing left to smash. Alo tells him, perhaps not here, but the robot has a map of the whole universe. The Nameless Brood says that she is sure that he can figure out some place that he'd like to go. And so with the remaining Sakarans, Hulk and the others worked, forged, and completed. Now with the tools that they need, it is time for Hulk to set a course for Earth.
Man, like, they didn't even let us breathe. They didn't even let us breathe, bro. Man, like, y'all don't even understand. Like, when I read it for the first time, bro, I didn't even know what to do. Like this, like I didn't even know what to do for real. Like Kiro, and then the boom, and then ashes. Man, that's what's on like right. What is Titan talking about, bro? What the heck? All right, let's just continue, man. Let's just keep going.
Now, out in space, the Hulk is in route, riding atop of a ship that carries his warbound, punching any asteroid in his path. As they approach the Earth, he lands on the moon with a whack-a-room! Medusa stands behind him, wind blowing in the air. You come unannounced to the land of the Inhumans, girded for war. But you cannot win this fight. You have faced my lord before, Hulk. You were defeated. He sees Black Bolt standing by her.
I don't care about none of y'all. Because you're not reading chat. No, I know why you said it. But as soon as I saw what with Kira, and then I look over and this is what I see. But I know the context because it was what Zara said. But like look at whole face right here. He like, I don't give a, I don't get out. Like, yo, get up out my face.
Sighed, but she continues. Black Bolt's master blow can shatter your bones. His merest whisper can blow your broken body into the sun, and he glares at them. You shot me into space. He begins to turn and face them. Approach Black Bolt and Medusa. You killed my world. And Medusa tells him to stop. Instead, he grabs Black Bolt by the arms. Never. And Black Bolt whispers, enough. The force of that attack blows the Hulk back, but he holds on to Black Bolt's arms. The force continues to blow against his face, and he continues to hold on until it's too much. That simple whisper throws him across the moon, burying him. As Black Bolt tries to walk away, the Hulk informs him, I didn't come here to hear you whisper. Black Bolt turns around to see the Hulk leaping right into him. I came to hear you scream. Down on the planet, in a city, the ship cruises over. It projects an image of the Hulk for the entire planet to see. Puny humans, I have come here to smash, but I want you to know who's to blame. You call them heroes. I call them monsters. Iron Man, Mr. Fantastic, Doctor Strange, Black Bolt. They shot me into space, sent me to a planet where I could be hurt and die. But I survived with my warbound. Korg, Meek, Elio, Jerome, and my queen. But your heroes also sent a bomb that went off and killed millions of people. And my queen. You have 24 hours to evacuate this city. And when I return, I want those 4 heroes. If they are not here, he then holds up a beaten and bloodied Black Bolt for all to see. I will do this to your whole stinking planet. Director Tony Stark flies into space to try and get back the satellites that the Hulk's troops took upon entry. But it doesn't work. They're prepared for whatever it is that he wanted to do. And then Doctor Strange appears before him. The Hulk withstood Black Bolt's voice. What do you think your machines will do, Stark? He's never been angrier. Therefore, he's never been stronger. Use your magic, Steven. Send him away and have him tear apart someone else's world. Come back stronger. Now we will deal with this. We have 24 hours. Each of us must prepare in our own way. Meanwhile, with that broadcast around the world, many people saw it, and many other heroes, other than the 4 that the Hulk came for, are preparing. There are plenty of heroes around.
This right
they
here,
all need
this
to try
probably
and
is so
stop
dope,
the Hulk. A young man walks out of a diner in his civilian clothes, walking to a motorcycle, and a voice speaks in his head. No, this is not our affair. And the young man tells him, but you will obey me. No, there are people in New York. They need our help. A heat begins to overcome the man, and then his head lights on fire, revealing a skull. This entire world needs our help. Are you so foolish that you would jeopardize billions of souls to save only a few? He falls to his knees, putting his hands to his face. My name is Johnny Blaze. I'm a world-famous stunt cyclist who holds 9 Guinness World Records. I sold my soul to the devil without even considering that it might not work out. In other words, I am that foolish. He hops on the motorcycle and the tires ignite, and the Ghost Rider rides to New York to stop the Hulk before he can kill millions. He hits Brooklyn and he sees an army trying to evacuate everyone, so he rides up the Brooklyn Bridge and he leaps over it, catapulting himself into the air, crossing over buildings. He tells himself, the scary part about a jump isn't the jump, it's the landing. And he comes to a screeching halt in front of the Hulk. He looks him in the face. Here we go. Bruce, listen to me. I know what it's like to have something burning up inside of you that wants vengeance, but you can control it. Look around, man. This has gone too far. The Hulk smiles. He actually smiles.
This is
Bravo.
right there.
And he claps his hands together.
Right there. Seeing the Hulk smile in my face like that after he just said what he said on the voice thing. Oh, I'd be terrified. What? First of all, I wouldn't even be there. I'm looking 24 hours. I'm taking a flight to Spain. I can't be here, bro.
With a shockwave that throws the Ghost Rider into a nearby building. Ghost Rider gets up realizing the Hulk just threw him aside like he was nothing. And he looks at his bike and he has an idea. He hops on it and he begins to ride down the street, flinging his chain. It cuts into the side of a building and then the Hulk looks at it, interested. It cuts into another side as Johnny rides around the block. and the motorcycle roars as the Hulk sees what Ghost Rider is doing. Because then he drags the whole building behind him, dropping it on the Hulk. He brings the bike to a screeching halt as he turns to face him. I did it! And then he hears something angry, something determined. The big green hand reaches out of the ground, grabbing the Ghost Rider and yanking him through the street into the subway. He holds the Ghost Rider up by both of his arms and he tells him, "Stay out of my way. This is none of your concern." The voice in Johnny's head tells him, "He's right, you know." And Johnny screams out, "Shut up!" referring to the voice in his head. But the Hulk, he didn't hear that voice. So he throws Ghost Rider into the sky. Before he gets high enough, he throws the chain back down, wrapping it around the Hulk's neck, stopping his ascent. Then he slams himself back onto the ground, hooked onto the Hulk. He rolls onto his back, realizing that he's holding the chain, and the voice asks him, "What's your plan now?" Johnny hops on his bike, realizing that he has to get the Hulk out of New York, and he hits top speed, pulling the Hulk by the chain. Once he feels it go taut, he realizes he has the Hulk, and he pulls him out of the ground. Except the Hulk tied the chain to a subway car, and the Ghost Rider's just been pulling that. The Ghost Rider realizes that he's been tricked, and he hears boom, boom, boom. And he looks around, and he can't see the Hulk, but he looks up. The Hulk is standing on his spaceship, looking down onto the streets, and he sees Ghost Rider. "You beauty bug. Squash you like bug." The Hulk leaps off of the ship as Ghost Rider realizes what's coming. And then with a loud boom, the Hulk buries the Ghost Rider into the ground with the full force that he can deliver. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange and Iron Man are watching the battle, and Steven informs Tony that the Ghost Rider has just fallen. The Ghost Rider is a being of boundless power. He is godlike, except the human that he inhabits is like a safety to keep him in check. Steven sensed that Johnny was in control of the Ghost Rider, not the spirit of vengeance. Therefore, he was much weaker than he could have been. And then he sees something that causes him to panic. With the fall of Johnny, the safety's off. Tony asks, "Isn't that good?" And Steven tells him, "No." A spark ignites in the eye of the Ghost Rider, and boom! The entire ground erupts into a massive explosion, taking out multiple blocks of Brooklyn. The Hulk takes the blast to the face, and he stares at the center of it as the Ghost Rider rides again. He lands with another cracking thud, and his entire body is on fire. He is the true Ghost Rider, full of vengeance. The Hulk stares him down, and the Ghost Rider revs the bike. The Hulk looks on him again, and with the bike idling, the Ghost Rider turns and leaves. Tony asks Steven what just happened, as Steven tells Tony, "I expected the true Ghost Rider to leave, because the Ghost Rider only avenges the innocent, which we, Tony, are not."
He was like, "Man, you think I'm fighting for these bums?" Everybody, and it's crazy. It's crazy. It's truly crazy. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand people like this. I really don't. Like, you got to guarantee that you finish it. You have to. Because if they end up making it back somehow, what do you think is going to happen? It's so dumb to me, bro, when I see people do things like this.
As Damage Control is standing there doing their job, the current Ant-Man, Eric O'Grady, is being spoken to. He tells the woman in front of him, Abigail, to turn around, because above them is a giant spaceship hovering over the area. Ant-Man looks up. You know, there's something you don't see every day. The Hulk shows a holographic image of him holding Black Bolt's body. "Now this city will fall. You have 24 hours to evacuate. When I return, I want to see Mr. Fantastic, Iron Man, and Doctor Strange. If they aren't here, I'll do this to your whole stinking planet." Abigail turns to Ant-Man and tells him that she's getting out of this city. She can't be here. Ant-Man secretly helps her by shrinking down and handling issues that are in front of her on her escape, because the whole city is in a panic for the next 24 hours. No one is sure if the Hulk is lying or not. He's a hero after all. Okay. Ant-Man sits on a roof.
Good luck with that.
24 hours of Monstro, discussing if this is actually going to happen. When boom! The Hulk is thrown through every building that they are on. Ant-Man shrinks down to avoid damage, and then he goes looking for Monstro. He finds his friend recovering, and then he shrinks down, telling Monstro that it's time to play hero. And he's off. Our battle of Ant-Man versus the Hulk will begin. The Hulk is on the ground, recovering from whatever hit him, so Ant-Man jumps onto his face. Hulk doesn't know that he's there, so Ant-Man crawls into his mouth with the idea that maybe he isn't so strong on the inside. As he passes the teeth, the Hulk's tongue knocks him into the roof of his mouth. Ant-Man slides down his gullet, grabbing onto the dangly bit into the back of his mouth. Yes, I know it's called the uvula. Did you know it prevents food from getting into your nose? Anyway, Ant-Man lets go of the uvula and slides down the Hulk's throat. Over the teeth and through the tongue, look out stomach, here I come! But the Hulk is large, and Ant-Man keeps falling. Eventually, any day now, as he falls into the stomach, he sees what appears to be a can of Old Spice body spray and a whole bag of chips and a fork. Seriously, what has the Hulk been eating? Ant-Man looks around thinking that if he can tear the lining of the Hulk's stomach, then maybe he can cause him enough pain to stomp him. He winds up and he pulls back his arm and he throws a punch. And he possibly broke his own hand. He stands on the side of his stomach thinking, well, that didn't work. His stuff is steel in here. Time for plan B. He ignites the flamethrowers on his back, preparing to burn the Hulk's stomach when suddenly there's a lot of movement and he's thrown around. He hits the wall and the Old Spice can is coming right at him, so he ducks and he dodges. He sits there wondering if that was maybe a delayed reaction to his punch, or did the Hulk like trip and fall? Outside of the Hulk, he's locked in a heated battle. Explosions are going off all around him and he braces himself for another hit. Back inside, Ant-Man crawls over to the side of the stomach again and he prepares to use his flamethrowers all over again. With a whoosh, he burns away at the Hulk's stomach lining. Ant-Man is happy with himself. He did it. And then he sees that he didn't even singe the stomach. Once again, the Hulk's stomach can withstand it. Ant-Man sits down, realizing that this is pointless. He may as well go loot some of the stuff that everyone's looting. You see, this Ant-Man, Eric O'Grady, he isn't exactly known as the greatest hero. He's kind of a scumbag. He crawls out of the Hulk's nose and he lands on the chest plate looking around. And in front of him is Iron Man in the Hulkbuster suit coming right at the Hulk. Hulk counters by tackling Iron Man, and they both go flying into a nearby building with Ant-Man in tow. He falls, flips, and tosses in the air, unable to stabilize himself, and with blood pouring down his face and most of his bones broken. Eric pops his helmet off, trying to find the grow button, because he knows as Ant-Man, he'll never be found if he remains small. And just as he passes out, he hits the button and falls unconscious. He wakes up days, weeks, maybe months later, under arrest for his actions. I did say that this Ant-Man isn't typically a nice guy, but he did survive his fight with the Hulk.
Imagine.
So, what was the next plan? Well, there is a superhero that everyone knows
Yeah,
can give the Hulk
Sentry.
a run for his money. The Sentry. He has immense power, and they tell him that the Hulk needs his help. He calms down
This is
with the
why once they started talking about they were gonna make a Sentry, and he was like, I was like, man, what the heck y'all doing, bro? Come on, you know what the Sentry look
Robert
like?
lights up his powers, and as he begins to walk out, he stops at the doorway. He's afraid of leaving his home, afraid of losing control, of becoming that villain again, and therefore he won't go help. Back at New York, Spider-Man calls out to the citizens, keep moving! He's currently wearing the black suit because in his own adventures, Aunt May was shot and he was seeking to kill her, wearing the black suit to show that he wasn't cheerful any longer. But that's a completely different story that doesn't involve the Hulk. We'll cover it at your request, and then we'll link it down below if you're watching this video much later. Spider-Man calls out to the civilians to keep moving, but some of the people aren't having it. An argument begins and S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying to escort these people from their homes. They are the same people who shot the Hulk into space, and they started this. Now they're trying to take these individuals' houses. Spider-Man looks at the man bringing this up. You're mixing things up pretty good there, pal. But before he can finish, there's a wackoom! And She-Hulk, Jennifer, lands nearby.
Oh my God! You see this right here? You ain't never gonna see this girl start twerking in a business suit. What the freak was that? Oh my gosh, bro! Like this is the thing that be pissing me off. It's like who is making these movies? Because y'all ruining everything. Who are you? Who gave you the right? I mean, obviously, because the business side. But come on now. They had her twerking in a pantsuit, bro. They disrespected her like that, bro. For real.
Correcting them that wasn't the Hulk that they heard landing. It was the She-Hulk. The He-Hulk smashes about 1,000 times harder than that. You really want to hang around and meet him? Spider-Man.
You heard what she just said, right? Let's listen to it again.
He-Hulk smashes about 1,000 times harder than that.
Oh, really? Oh, not in the show though. This girl was just. Did I say movie? Red She-Hulk's better. Oh, I like Red She-Hulk. But
you really want to hang around and meet him? Spider-Man whips to the ceiling, dangling upside down next to her. Yeah, what she said. A SHIELD ship then flies over the city, calling out that this is their last chance to evacuate. If they just think that they want help, SHIELD's telepaths will get a hold of them and evacuate them. One of the civilians looks at Spider-Man. Who was that Black Bolt guy? And Spider-Man tells him that he thought he was the second most powerful being in the universe, so don't worry. They've got the blonde bombshell, the numero uno, and that's when he sees Iron Man in the Hulkbuster suit. Aw, nuts. That's not the effect I was going for, Spider-Man. No offense, boss, but we were expecting the Sentry. Up above, the Hulk lands with a crack. Iron Man looks at the Avengers. Don't attack until he falls or I do. The madder that he gets, the stronger he'll get. And whoosh, Iron Man takes off. Hulk leaps into combat and they meet in the middle with a thundering boom so loud that it shatters the glass of the nearby buildings. The Avengers are forced to the ground and the helicopters are thrown out of the air. And the civilians now realize the power of the Hulk and what they need to fear. But on the street level, there are two individuals dumb enough to try and get the story of the fight. Sally the journalist and Kenny the cameraman. And with a kang, Hulk hits Iron Man into a nearby billboard that flies off of the building, landing next to them. You okay, Sal? Kenny asks her. And she sees the billboard just crushed her car. No, Kenny, I'm not. I think we're at war again, only this time, I don't think we're gonna win. They steal another car and they begin to see people panicking as they drive into the city. But the people aren't trying to flee from the situation. They're still in
so upset
the
about
town.
Man,
They're looting. They're going around robbing stores.
Really
and she turns to Ben Ulrich asking what's going on, and he informs her. The ones who remain must be either crazy or poor. I hear people are coming back into the city like it's Mardi Gras. They then round up Ben and they see rioters and things begin to get thrown at their car, and that's when they realize they need to find a safe location and head off to find somewhere that they can get photos. Back with the two boys that we all want to see slug it out, Iron Man dives into the Hulk, forcing him to the ground. Hulk swings away, punching Iron Man in the head. Iron Man returns the favor by rocket blasting his punches into the Hulk, and they hit the ground, destroying everything around them, leaving a massive crater. Iron Man stands there, and the Hulk gets up. But what you don't know is going on at this moment is that Ant-Man is hanging out of the Hulk's nose. He was inside of the Hulk at this moment, and the fall made him realize that shrinking and entering the Hulk was kind of a bad idea. But we have a video covering that, because at that exact moment, Iron Man launches into the Hulk's stomach, throwing him through the buildings and unknowingly throwing Ant-Man into the air away from the fight. The Hulk and Iron Man go through multiple buildings with a kaboom, kaboom, spack-oom! And around the world, everyone is watching it, from the president to the fans in an arena in Texas to Rick Jones in a bar. The Hulk lands in Central Park, where he slowly begins to get back up from that last hit. She-Hulk sees the jets launching missiles at her cousin, and she calls out to them to wait, but every missile hits the park with a loud kaboom!
You see that right there? You see I never finished the She-Hulk show, by the way. But you see how much she cares about her cousin here? In the She-Hulk show, in the very first episode, they get in a car accident. This man is hurt. Right? I mean, he's not hurt because he's Hulk, but, you know, the blood and everything. This girl could have cared less. And you could say, oh, well, no, because he's the Hulk. That's what she did. No. No. Because regardless, it's an instinctual thing. Even if you know they'll be okay, it's an instinctual, oh, this is somebody that I care about that might be in a, you know. This girl could care less. So not only was she a big old piece of trash, she also didn't care about her family. She also was decided to transform and start twerking. Well, first of all, why did you do that when you were normal? Why did you have to? It's so sad. Look at her face. She's like, no, that's my cousin. Look at her face. She's like, no. Oh my god.
The fire burns and the ground is destroyed, and the Hulk remembers the last time that he was in this. The last time that he saw this level of destruction.
Look at I'm telling you, they didn't even let us breathe, bro. They didn't even let us breathe. Kara. Man. Oh, man. I'm telling you right now, I'll be fighting too. I do, Titan. Because we all need to remember Kara. I'm telling you right now, like, bro, I'd be fighting too, bro. Oh, wait, hold on. Y'all sent me over there to get away from y'all. I don't fought a war. I'm over here chilling now. I'm at pace, yo. I'm vibing. And the ship had a bomb and it blew it. And she got. Oh, I'm spinning. I'm spinning the block. Violent isn't the answer, guys. But I'm spinning. Kara. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. Superman, the superhuman acts. Your identity will be exposed. Government servant. You'll automatically be working for Shield. Yeah. It's so crazy. It's so crazy out here. It's so crazy out here, bro.
Death of his wife, the death of Kyra. He calls out her name, remembering all of the good days, getting to know her, standing with her, the death of her. He remembers holding her body as it disintegrated in the explosion, telling her that he would never leave her. And his anger raged on, and it grew out of control. And in his eyes, you could see the rage as he yells out, "You killed her!" Iron Man sees what's coming, and he has no words other than, "Oh, hell." Hulk hits him so hard that he splinters the entire suit. They launch into the sky, and they land on top of Avengers Tower, and that's when the Hulk doesn't stop. He raises his arms, and he double hammer fist, slamming Iron Man's suit, smashing each floor of the tower as they go through it. The Avengers themselves are just forced to watch. Iron Man takes one hell of a beating over and over as Hulk tears apart the entire suit. And at the bottom of the tower, he stands up drooling with his rage, screaming out to anyone who dare approach him. Elsewhere in New York, Iron Fist jumps into a rooftop where he calls out to Doctor Strange. "You can't just hide here. Luke, Spider-Woman, Spider-Man, they're all out there, and the Hulk's gonna kill them." Strange tells him the Hulk was never a killer. But Danny stops him there. Maybe his attitude slightly adjusted when his friend shot him into space, blew up his wife, and a million other people. Why don't you just stop this shit?
Eggs frickin' exactly. Eggs frickin' exactly. You see, listen. I mean, he cool. I don't got too much of issue with Iron Fist. But he be spitting sometimes. Like he just did right there. He know what he's like, yeah, listen, he wasn't. But look what y'all made him do. Look what y'all made him do. I'm not saying either.
You want me to send him away again so he can return even madder? And Echo asks the question that we're all wondering. No, just kill him and lose my soul forever.
You see? Right there. Listen. Once again, Hulk is my boy. He's my favorite character in Marvel. But right there would have been the only option. You got to commit. First of all, why the heck would you send him with that in there? Right? Because if you did send him to end up going to a place where he could lose and could probably die, that was stupid. Because if he makes it out, which he did, you're going to be in big trouble. So if you can, end it now. So stupid. These are the smartest people in the world. Really? These are the smartest? Oh my gosh.
No other way. Pray for me, children, as I have begun my incantations. I'm searching for a hero who can defeat and redeem the Hulk at the same time. But it will only work if he lets me in. Back with the Hulk, he slams his fist into the ground. Luke Cage looks at him and all the heroes are standing there. If we're gonna do this, let's do this. He's only one guy. And that's when the Hulk's friends all land. Huh? We are Warbound of Sakaar, Harom the Shamed, Korg the
but the boys! The boys, let's go! Oh, look at how it's so
the Unhived, no name of the Brood, and we stand with the Hulk. Ares begins to walk forward, prepared to bring this battle to an end, and that's when She-Hulk stops him. She tells everyone to stand back. Bruce Banner is her cousin, and
bro, I'm telling you right now, every single time I see this beautiful, glorious woman, every time I see it, it pisses me off even more that they gave us that garbage. What? Oh my God. Man, continue.
If he's in there, he'll listen to her. She steps forward. Some mess, huh, Bruce? Let me help. Meek asks her, can you bring back the hivelings who died in Crown City? Can you bring back the mother of Elio? The elders of Rome? Can you bring back the Hulk's bride? She-Hulk snarls, I'm not talking to you, bug. And the Hulk steps forward.
Yeah, listen. Hey, listen. Listen, we family and all, but they my brothers and all. We family, we practically family too now. So you gotta chill out. And I'm heated, so chill.
Walk away, Jennifer. Bruce, if Tony and the others were involved, we'll figure this out. We'll put them on trial. You know me.
Listen, trial. Oh, listen, I trust you. Come on, but nah.
I'll stand by you to the end, but we have to do this right. Walk away, Jennifer. No. And she looks her cousin in the eyes, the hurt and angry eyes of the Hulk. I can't, Bruce. Then stop talking and fight. Jennifer gets ready and she tells the Avengers to stand back. She won't throw the first punch. So the Hulk growls as he does it for her. She dodges and throws one back, landing on his nose, so he grabs her by the mouth, slamming her into the ground. She looks up, and the only thing that she could say is, God help us all.
Man. Look, this.
Her into the ground. She looks up.
Man. You know what's so crazy? Like they would never in a Marvel movie of today, they would never show this level of domination. One move, she can't do nothing. No, like she gone. She done. Listen, I still love you, and I understand what you were trying to do, but nah, they took Kira from me, so they gotta go. They got to go. Jen, listen. You see how I left you alive? Listen, there's still love here. Just stay right there. All right, just stay right there. Listen. Just stay right there. All right, just stay right there. Right there where I left you. Right there. You don't gotta go nowhere else. Hey, yo, boys, don't touch her. Leave her right there. Y'all touch her, y'all gone. Don't play. This family right here. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's keep going. Oh my.
The only thing that she could say is, God help us all. At that moment, the Hulk slams Ares into the ground, and the Avengers rush in to continue this fight. Everyone from Spider-Woman to Doc Samson to Spider-Man and Miss Marvel are all going in to continue this. Elsewhere, Sally and her cameraman are looking over the city trying to get a spot for some good photos when something comes flying into the nearby building, damaging the sides of it. She runs down the fire escape trying to see what it was when Luke Cage gets up, brushing himself off. Pardon me, folks. I gotta get back to where the action was. She looks around again and she begins to smell something, and the civilians notice the gas main has been ruptured. To make matters worse, there's a little girl hanging from the fire escape about to fall to her death. Everyone panics and runs off, saying that there isn't any hope, and that's when we see Daredevil leaping in to save the day. The girl screams as she begins to fall, and he swoops in, grabbing her out of mid-air, setting her softly on the ground. Sally walks over asking Daredevil how it's all going, and he stands up looking at the boy, who is now holding his sister. You need to find your parents to get out of here. Our parents left us a week ago, and we aren't going to any evacuations.
Yo, listen. Hey, they got 2 black kids right here. Their parents left them a week ago. I mean, hey, is this facts?
Find your parents. Daredevil how it's all going, and he stands up looking at the boy who is now holding his sister. You need to find your parents to get out of here. Our parents left us a week ago, and
bro, back in the day, bro, they let everything fly. No, listen, we got 2 black kids, right? Yeah, they go be down, right? You know, the city, they go be, you know, they 2 black kids. You said, yeah, 2 black kids, and we're gonna also make their parents abandon them. Are you sure you want them to be black kids? Yeah. We can do anything. No. Yeah, make them black. He got a basketball jersey on too. This man was just done hooping. And then Hulk decided to start throwing buildings and stuff. He like, yeah. Oh my gosh. If it's Bronx, I can understand it. Hold up, my fault. Give me a second. Give me a second. All right. It's just the generic ringtone. It's one of the stock ones. I didn't change it. But yeah, let's continue.
We aren't going to any evacuation center. Look, if you go to the center, I'll make it a point to come around here and make sure that you're safe until something can be done in this part of town. And as the young boy walks off, he says to himself, yeah, and just how do you think you're going to keep that promise? Daredevil looks down and shakes his head. Out of the mouths of babes. Sally looks at Daredevil.
Out of the mouths
I guess
of
he doesn't
babes.
have very high expectations right now. Why would he, Miss Floyd? Let's say the Hulk destroys the city. How high in the priority list do you think Hell's Kitchen is going to be? Sally calls up Ben, telling him that she has Luke Cage, Daredevil, and Hell's Kitchen. Probably another story that they can cover. And as Ben sees a building getting hit, he tells her that he has his own story brewing. A Fantastic Four are now fighting the Hulk and the Warbound.
All right, back. This man fighting everybody, bro, because they kept he said listen, he called out who he called out. They showed up. That's their fault.
A member of the Illuminati, the group that blasted Hulk off into space, and he asks him, what would you have voted if you were here? Because Professor X was not a part of the decision to blast Hulk into space. Would he agree to send him away, or would he have fought it? Well, there's someone else who wants that answer. And with a crack, the Hulk lands demanding something. Xavier, I want Xavier. No! If you are just now joining us, the Hulk has come back angry due to the death of his wife, and he's already beaten Black Bolt and the Ghost Rider. Beast sends the students down into the basement knowing that this probably won't end well, and he walks to the front door. Hello, Hulk? Xavier, bring him here. You know I can't do that. Out of my way! I'll find him myself! And as the Hulk looms over Beast, creating a shadow on his very face, a terrifying, angry shadow, the Beast tells him, I'm afraid I can't do that either. So the Hulk smashes Beast into the door. Wasn't asking. The students all run out and the battle against the X-Men has begun. They all blast him, throwing him off his balance, and Beast looks at a student, Josh, asking if he's ready. He has the powers of healing and death touches. They both know that it won't kill the Hulk, but it should overload his healing factor. So Beast gets up running back into the fight with Josh on his back. The Hulk slams both of his fists onto the ground and he gets up as Beast runs in. Josh touches him using the full power of his death touch. Beast stops behind him with the student. Hulk, you may want to rethink this. Do you know what we did? And he turns with anger in his eyes, gritting his teeth. You made me matter. He grabs a piece of the building and he slams it onto all of them. Stupid mutants. I don't need my healing factor to beat you punks. A telekinetic mutant swoops in, so the Hulk claps, rupturing his eardrums. And another then pours her sand abilities onto him, so the Hulk tears the waterline out, spraying them. Beast leaps in. Damn it, Banner! These are kids! And as he wipes his mouth, he tells Beast, don't talk to me about kids. Another mutant runs in, and the Hulk knows this one. You're the one that controls his body parts when you're in pieces, right? So he pops off the mutant's arms and he throws them. Can you control them while they're in Connecticut? X-23 pops her claws with a schnick, and she jumps in as the Hulk grabs both of her hands and he begins to swing her. She pops out the claw on her foot and slashes at his face. He drops her and Beast calls out, he's hurt! Everyone hit him! But the Hulk gets up with a cut across his eyes, punching anyone near him. And then he grabs X-23, lifting her into the air, and he hurls her into a building. It didn't have to be like this. I just wanted Xavier, but no one makes me weak again. He begins to slam the students down, and as he prepares to kill one, a huge cut slashes into his back. You're leaving a real impression beating on kids, bub. Wolverine leaps into the air, but it's grown-up time. With blood pouring down his back, the Hulk turns around to see the X-Men have arrived. This is the fight I was expecting. Bring it on! And that's when Xavier walks out. I believe you said you're here for me. Now that I've seen my students to safety, you've got your wish. The Hulk looks at him. Xavier, you're walking again. I can fix that. So Professor X places his fingers on his temple and he begins to use his powers that he has. Except there's something wrong. He can't control anything. The rage in the Hulk is out of control. He sees what the Hulk endured on that planet. Weakened and enslaved. The trials that he faced. That he found happiness, friends, a kingdom, and a wife. And a child was on the way. And that's when Xavier sees what happened. The bomb and the death of it all. I know you weren't at the vote, Professor X. But according to Black Bolt, you were supposed to be. So I want to know, how would you have voted? The honest answer is that I wouldn't have agreed to exile you, but I would have agreed to sending you away until we found a cure. Perhaps I can atone, so I will surrender willingly. Smart move. Don't worry, you'll have Stark and the others to keep you company soon. As the Hulk reaches down, Colossus stops him. One moment, the Professor may have surrendered, but we have not. Hulk sees the X-Men, Beast, Colossus, Emma Frost, Cyclops, Wolverine, and Kitty Pryde, and he asks them, is this really how you want it? All of you? And Cyclops looks back at all of us, and it begins again. Cyclops opens up as he calls out, Max Power! Blasting the Hulk, burning away at his skin. And the Hulk grabs Cyclops by the head. Kitty Pryde leaps in, grabbing Cyclops, and Wolverine follows up, cutting at the Hulk's stomach. So the Hulk backhands him into the tree line. Beast, Emma, and Colossus jump in and they start swinging. And the Hulk calls out to them to stop! You can't even hurt me! But the whole point was to distract him so that Kitty can grab his arm and legs and phase them into the ground. As they're debating what to do next, the Hulk stands up! He just stands up, tearing his own limbs out of the ground. And then he collapses, sending the X-Men flying. With the X-Men all taken down, the students look on and the Stepford sisters have an idea. An alarm goes out to all of the mutants, to everyone that they are needed. It's time to stop the Hulk. Back at the fight, the Hulk throws Beast aside and then he grabs Emma Frost even though she's in her diamond form. He slams her into the ground, burying her.
Oh, Emma
so
Frost, ain't that y'all girl?
Can't change out of her diamond form. Colossus punches at him so they lock arms. The two men begin to press against each other, trying to force the other back. And then while that's happening, Hulk bends Colossus's arms backwards, snapping them like little metal twigs. And then Wolverine jumps in. Leave Petey alone. It's always about you and me anyway. Wolverine takes a swing at Hulk as he leaps backwards. And then Wolverine gets in his face and the Hulk grabs him with one hand and he smashes his face with the other. Wolverine swings and the Hulk punches and they go back and forth for a few moments until Hulk questions, what will happen to Wolverine's brain if it's smashed against your metallic skull over and over? So he hits him and he hits him and eventually Wolverine is done. And that's when Juggernaut finally arrives out of his outfit with the Stepford sisters having called for help. With a crack, they punch each other. The Juggernaut is unstoppable. Once he's going, his power is magic base and it causes him to be an unstoppable force. The Hulk, he gets stronger when he gets angrier. The problem is, the Hulk is practically invulnerable, and the Juggernaut, well, he's not while in this state. After a couple of swings, the Hulk buries the Juggernaut, and then he turns around to see the rest of the X-Men who heard the call and were able to arrive. Multiple X-Men leap in to battle the Hulk, and he gets hit with all kinds of mutant powers. Lightning, energy, strength, and just some weird mutant stuff. But he
Just some weird mutant
stuff. He kicks people into Jersey. He flexes to pop out knives in his shoulders, throwing them at the wielder, and then headbutting him into submission. But in the end, Nightcrawler bamfs the Hulk outside of the schoolyard as their only plan. While at first everyone's asking why they only teleported him right outside of the schoolyard, that's when the Blackbird plane is thrown at him. But nothing stops the Hulk as he throws it aside and walks back into the schoolyard. He stares at the X-Men and Professor X. Is this what you wanted? Are you happy now? And Wolverine stands again, and then he's thrown outside again. As the Hulk presses on, behind him the Juggernaut has returned, but this time he is fully suited up in his armor and uniform, wielding all of his power. There's a Kawam! And they both punch at each other. The punches are thrown, and with the powers of the Juggernaut actually slamming the Hulk into the ground, they then lock arms, and with their powers combined, they're locked into place. So the Hulk uses his brain. If nothing can stop the Juggernaut, then keep going, he shouts as he throws the Juggernaut into the water. He steps up to Professor X, who tells him again, I'm not going to resist. And another student leaps in, telling the Hulk that she won't allow this. The Hulk grabs her. You stupid mutants. I will make him feel my suffering. You cannot stop me, so why even try? He throws her out of the window and the professor calls out. He runs out to check on his student, and it's there, in the X-Men's graveyard, that the Hulk finds the student and the professor there. She's crying, and the professor is just sad. She looks at the Hulk. You want to talk about suffering? Look around you. The girl gets up, putting her hand on some of the graves. Her name is Lori Collins. All she wanted was for people to like her for who she was. She got shot in the head at 16. And this is Brian Cruz. He loved his powers and he loved being here. And he lost it all on M-Day and his life as well, along with 41 other kids, because some mutant hater blew them up, like your wife was. Don't tell me that we haven't suffered like you. Don't ever tell us not to fight for what we have left. You're trying to do exactly what your enemies did to you. Destroy what happiness we've managed to find in this world that hates us. For something the professor didn't even do. Maybe we can't stop you, but don't expect us to fight any less hard than you. The Hulk finally stops, and he thinks about this. He turns his back to the student and the professor. You consider this your fault, Xavier. My guess is you should. He grits his teeth. You're already living in hell. He leaps away, leaving the professor with the student. And the professor looks at her, and he embraces her.
Hulk, what? Like y'all don't understand. Hulk just looked back. He was just like, especially because he wasn't there, and he said he wouldn't have done it, but he still would have. You know, he wouldn't have done it the way he did. But man, the Hulk is that. I almost start throwing words out. But the Hulk is that guy, bro. He is that guy. The thick's nobody. Oh, Emma, what's her name? Frost. I almost said Emma Stone. All about survival.
The Hulk and his Warbound leap into battle while the Fantastic Four try to build a weapon to stop him. The Hulk is still after Reed Richards and Doctor Strange as Black Panther is trying to help. And Reed tells him to get out of it. He has nothing to do.
Look at T'Challa. Look at Storm in the back. Storm is like, Storm wasn't there with that, and then she was a man bump down. She with her mans right here. Oh. I mean, they man, that's the thing that pisses me off, because it's like they just make them so terrible. Like, I'm against live action. I understand why they do it, especially just to, for other people, but like, I feel like most of us would be fine if they just made like amazing, like Spider-Verse level like animations of like the comics that we love. I feel like we'd be fine. We don't need everything. And I don't remember how much was Spider-Verse. How much did Spider-Verse take to make? Let me Google it real fast. How much did it take to make Spider-Verse? $90 million. What? How much did it make? How much did it make? How much did it make? $375.5 million worldwide, bro. And that Spider-Verse, and yeah, Spider-Verse was good and everything. But like, if we were to, like, I'm telling you, if they were to go strong, hitting us with like different, like comic book movies, it'd go crazy, bro.
Do with the Hulk's exile, and he needs to go. But T'Challa turns to him. Unfortunately, you have made it our fight. You have made it the world's fight.
I thought he was gonna start speaking an African accent, man. If wait, I forget his name. What is his name? The comic historian guy. What is his name? Crap, forget. Benny is his name, right? Benny is his name. If he were to have hit him with an African accent, I'd have been like, oh, let's go. What did he say?
T'Challa turns to him. Unfortunately, you have made it our fight.
You have made
it the world's fight.
You have made it the world's
fight. And now
fight.
that the Hulk has smashed the
That would have been
Avengers, you'll need every one of us if we're going to have any hope of stopping him.
I bet he was
tries
thinking
to
about
stop
it, but then he
him,
was
it's
like,
Sue who tells Reed
I
to
think people
stop.
might be.
Johnny looks over at the city to
they
see
would
the
be
big
okay with
green
this.
dot getting closer and leaping his way to them because the Hulk is done with
Oh,
the
damn,
Avengers.
look at Sue. Ah! Hey, listen, Sue, we love you and all, but your man's gotta go. Your man's gotta go.
And he's done playing. As he tries to land in front of them, Storm hits him with a great wind gust, throwing him into a building. And the rest of the Warbound all jump in, telling them to just give up Reed Richards and they'll leave. As they throw the Warbound off course, Johnny gets up over the Hulk to hit him with a full blast of a supernova. The building that he is on is blown to pieces and he feels the fiery power of the Human Torch. The blast is so mighty that it throws the Warbound back further, and the heroes all feel its heat. But once it's done, in the very center stands the angriest man on the planet. The Hulk. Looking down at the street, Ben Grimm, the Thing, sees the Hulk standing there and decides that it's time to get involved. As he leaps off of the building, landing right in front of him. He runs in. It's clobbering time, and he tries to take a right hook to the Hulk's jaw. With a little blood coming out of the Hulk's nose, he looks back at him. All right, then. And they leap in, locking arms. The Thing gets a shot into his gut and then to the Hulk's face, but the Hulk returns with both fists on the sides of the Thing's head. Everyone looks in horror as the Hulk raises both of his fists to finish this, and then there's a bright light glowing in front of him. He turns to that light, and it tells him, "Hello, Hulk." He lightens up for a second as he looks up to see Century, Golden Man. One of the Warbound jumps down asking what's going on, and the Thing explains. Century and the Hulk are real friends. The Century always had the ability to calm down the Hulk. This is over, and as the Hulk reaches up, Core tells the Thing it is. The Hulk smashes Reed's little device and then takes a shot at Reed's head. Except the Invisible Woman's...
You see, he's trying to play. He's still playing. He's still playing with your boy.
Stops the hit and pleads with Bruce to stop this now. So the Hulk asks her, if I were to set a bomb that killed your husband and children, your whole world, would you ever stop? And with that, he cracks down on her mental projection bubble so hard that he drops her. And then he grabs Reed. Reed tries to wrap around the Hulk, tries to stop him, keep him from moving, to do anything. But the Hulk smashes him so hard that he falls unconscious. The Hulk and the Warbound grab Reed and they begin to walk off. And that's when she calls out to the Sentry, telling him, we need you. You need to leave your home. We are failing. The Hulk walks through the city, dragging Reed and the others that he has just beat down until Rick Jones runs out in front of him. Hulk, stop! The Warbound try to stop Rick, but he ignores them, looking at his friend. Cap's dead. For those wondering, this happened right after Civil War, in the death of Captain America, and the Hulk doesn't respond to that news. A lot has happened while you were gone, Hulk. Tony and Reed, they screwed up. I'm sure these guys deserve it. Not like this Hulk. The Hulk reaches out, touching Rick's shoulder, and that's when he acts. The Doctor has arrived. He dives into the Hulk's mind, digging around, looking for the emotional side of him. and a bright light beams out of the Hulk's skull as he reaches up, grabbing his head, shouting, "Get out of my head!" He leaps into the sky, crashing into the bay nearby. When he looks up, for everything he sees makes him angrier. Seeing everyone failing, though, there's one man ready to fight the Hulk, and his name is Thunderbolt Ross. Ross thinks back, will they ever learn? This always happens. The Hulk saves the world, then they pardon him. A few months pass, and he's at it again, fighting against everything around him. He's a monster, and one that needs to be put down. All of those years, everyone telling me he was possessed, or Doc Samson separated Banner and the Hulk, or he just wants to be left alone. Well, it got us nowhere, and we're now standing here with him conquering our world, and no way to stop him. My daughter is dead. Ross loads up into his helicopter, and he takes off, going to fight the Hulk. That's when he opens up with 10 tons of adamantium needles spraying into the Hulk's back. The soldiers all run up and they continue to spray the Hulk over and over, peppering his entire body with damaging needles. He screams out in pain, and that's the moment that Doctor Strange strikes again. He tells Iron Fist that he needed the Hulk to allow him to enter, but this will work fine. Thunderbolt Ross has forced open the door. Inside the Hulk's mind, he hears the voice of Strange, but he ignores it, and he leaps into the air screaming at Ross. He lands in front of the helicopter, grabbing onto anything that he can. The voice of Strange once again tells him, "Come along, Bruce." And the Hulk stops what he's doing as he plummets it back to the earth with the helicopter in his hands. With a loud explosion, the Hulk snaps to and realizes he's not in the city anymore. He's picturing a new location in his mind, even though he is in fact standing in New York. He looks up to see an astral projection of Doctor Strange. "Where have you taken me?" This is not the question, Hulk. The question is, where have you taken me? Hulk reaches up to grab the astral projection, but he gets nothing but air. This is the space within your own mind, Hulk. What is it that you want to show me, Bruce? The Hulk screams out, "Don't call me that!" Outside of his mind, Ross sees the Hulk yelling at nothing and flailing around. He orders his men to open up in the big green giant. He gets sprayed with more needles over and over as he manages to grab the astral projection finally. Except Strange grows in size, telling the Hulk, "Your anger means nothing to me. I am the Sorcerer Supreme, and I could snuff the feeble flame of your mortal life with the merest twitch of my finger." He then shrinks back down. "But I am also your friend. Let me help you, Bruce. Show me your true face." At that moment, the Hulk thinks back to his life in Sakaar, thinks back to his wife. He softens up, and he begins to shrink down to Bruce Banner, telling Strange, "That's what she said. She wanted to see my true face. Her name was Kyra, and I hear her voice all the time." He looks back and he remembers all of the good times he had with her, the life that he was building. He remembers her telling him the words that he always wanted to hear. "This is where you belong, with your people, with your queen, your child." And then he remembers what took her life. The explosion that rocked the planet. Strange stands over him. "Bruce, I agreed with Tony and Reed and Black Bolt that you were too dangerous for this planet. I let them trick you into the shuttle and then shoot you into space. But you have to know, we had nothing to do with the explosion or her death." Bruce looks down. "Go away. How long have we known each other, Bruce? How many battles have we fought side by side? Look at me and tell me if I'm lying." Bruce rubs the bridge of his nose with his fingers. "Stephen." And Strange makes himself corporeal, putting his hands on Bruce's back. Bruce reaches out, taking Stephen's hand, and Stephen tells him, "I have you." And a look comes over Bruce's eyes. "Yeah, and I've got you." And that's when Strange sees a shadow growing larger and larger, covering him, and he realizes what just happened. And the Hulk crushes Strange's hands, breaking them. Strange falls out of the mental scape onto the floor of his own building, and the Hulk rushes forward, fighting against Ross, still shooting needles at him. He leaps up, landing on a tank, tearing off the cannon on the front side, and then he jumps to another nearby one, stomping its cannon into the ground, throwing it into another tank. He throws the pieces of that tank into the sky, taking out the helicopter. As the pilots all parachute out, he claps his hands, putting down the rest of the ground troops, and then he sees Ross standing there on the side of another helicopter. The Hulk leaps up to him, grabbing him, and they fall out of the helicopter as Ross grabs his pistol, shooting the Hulk in the eye. And the Hulk gets madder as they fall to the ground with a wackoon. After the Hulk and his troops set up Madison Square Garden for their big plan, they walk to Greenwich Village to the home of Doctor Strange.
Only for
they
like
take down all of the
Nightwing and
enchantments and outrun Iron Fist and Strange's helpers,
I don't know much
except they're
about
all dropped
everything
without
else.
even any effort. And then the Warbound walk into the house. Strange calls out to Wong,
Yeah,
telling him to
some
bring him the
anime
box.
stuff.
It's their only hope. They must free Zom. Back in Madison Square Garden, where the Hulk is setting up his throne in the arena for the gladiator fights, Doctor Strange appears before him with his hands and head on fire. He has let the demon Zom in, and he informs the Hulk, "Strange, smash!" He slams his fist into the ground, nearly taking out Jerome the priest. So Jerome grabs a blade and swings it to block Dr. Strange as Hulk watches, and then Strange uses his power to smash the weapon and drop Jerome. The Hulk leaps in, but Strange plucks him out of the sky and punches him through his stomach, uppercutting him. I've just begun. The people of Earth try to push past the cops protecting them, telling them that they want to see what's happening. They want to see the fights. And as the Hulk lands in front of them, Strange comes up from behind, smashing him in the back. He then uses his spells to bombard the Hulk with everything, followed up by kicking him into a building nearby that crumbles it and forces it to fall on the civilians. Strange realizes what he just did, that he cost innocents their lives. He rushes over to lift the building and he sees the damage, only to see the Hulk holding the civilians safely. Strange looks at him. So much anger, hard to control. So the Hulk looks at him. Tell you what, let me give you a lesson. And he slams Strange into another building. Magic goes off all over as the Hulk pummels Strange over and over until finally he removes Strange from the game board. And that's when the Hulk walks back to Madison Square Garden to end this, because it's all about to conclude.
There it is. There it is.
Now that he has his arena built, it's time to end this. All of the superheroes have had obedience discs attached to them, which forces them to stand in place in the arena, while the Hulk forces the heroes to listen. My name is Clorinda Roberts. I'm here to speak on behalf of Black Bolt. Last month, my husband retired, and for the first time in 20 years, I got him to go to the Opera House with me. You probably saw what happened on the television. Black Bolt's people came and declared war on Earth. They tore my husband's head off. I don't care. My husband is dead, and I want that man to pay. Then another person steps forward. My name is Tom Foster. My uncle was Bill Foster, and you probably knew him as Goliath. He took the rebel side during the superhero civil war because he knew better than to throw in with the government. Tony Stark and Reed Richards cloned Thor. They cloned a god, and they used him to kill my uncle. They talk about laws, but they don't seem to do anything. So I'm ready for the Hulk's law. Then another person steps up. Doctor Strange dances with the devil, and he nearly killed all of us a few moments ago, or did you miss that? Let the judgment of God be upon you. The Hulk steps forward. Don't like it, do you? It's not fair. It's not the whole story. You have excuses, explanations. You're innocent. These people don't know what really happened. They don't know what's in your heart. Now you know how it feels. The Hulk then opens up the cage, revealing a giant monster that crawls out snarling and flailing around ready to kill everyone. The Hulk explains, the day that I traveled to Sakaar, I was thrown into a pit to fight things like this. And as a spiked tentacle comes crashing down near Tony, Reed pushes him out of the way. Strange screams out in pain as it grabs him and crushes him, so Tony runs forward to the sword that he picked up, cutting the tentacle off, and the creature screams out ready to fight it even harder. So Black Bolt jumps on its head with a spear, stabbing into its brain. It falls dead, and the Hulk congratulates them for succeeding. Next, we were thrown into the gladiatorial training school, where we were told to kill each other, so choose your weapons. Reed tells him, never. And Elio calls out, do it, slave! And the shock goes through all four of them. They tried to fight against it, but it was useless. The obedience disc forced them to feel the pain, and Strange turns to Jerome the priest. Jerome, it is now you who has gone too far. I, Strange. May the prophet forgive and embrace us all. And with that, the superheroes of Earth begin to battle against each other, forced to try and kill each other. With magic weapons and fire burning around them, the rest of the heroes are forced to watch as their friends and loved ones fight against each other. Reed continues to barrel down onto Tony as Tony doesn't fight back. Reed tries to reason with him. Defend yourself! But he's busy hacking into something. The nearby Death's Head guards, and they shoot at the Hulk, who sidesteps them easily. So, they force Tony to use those guards to bombard Reed, and as he grows his arm in size, slamming it down next to Tony, the Hulk says, look at that. We're all monsters. Everyone in the arena begins to chant out, kill him, kill him. And a man is watching on the television, a man with the powers of a god. The Sentry, a superhero with the power of 1 million exploding suns. As he watches on the screen, the Hulk gives the thumbs down to have Reed kill Tony, and that's when he rockets off at top speed. Meanwhile, outside of the arena, Sally the reporter and Ben Ulrich are dealing with the crowds. The people of New York are pushing and shoving each other.
Couldn't we just get this into an animated series, bro? I mean, an animated movie? We'd be fine, bro. We'd be fine.
From a sinkhole, pushing Ben Ulrich to the ground. Sally runs to his rescue, having to smash a bottle over a thug's head, but the police stop her, telling her that she can't go. The police explain that it's a sinkhole from all of the damage, and the people are falling into it non-stop. It isn't safe to go that way. But that's when everyone in the crowd looks to the sky, and they thought the destruction was already done, but it's about to get worse. As Sally sees the Sentry soaring towards the fight. Back inside, though, Reed brings his mace down right next to Tony's head. Everyone is stunned, and they realize that it was the Hulk who prevented this. Remember this, puny humans. We came here for justice, not murder. No one on your planet has died by our hands, and no one will. For the Earth to remember who you are, we will raise this city to the ground. I will leave you to your shame. Tony looks back at him, beaten and battered and hurt. I explained it time and time again. This is your last chance to surrender, Hulk. Or what? Back outside, Sally just stands there in disbelief that this is happening as she watches the Sentry hit the arena so hard that he sprays rubble back, hitting the people and throwing more destruction around. Inside of the arena, the Sentry is glowing brightly with the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. Hello, old friend. He grabs the Hulk and he slams him through the wall, the buildings, the city itself to get him out of the arena. Sally runs over to the sinkhole where she helps Ben get out of it, and they look around because the next few hours are sheer madness. Buildings are falling down over the entire city. There's massive destruction and injuries. Sally looks at Ben. What is this? What is going on? And Ben sees the Sentry fighting the Hulk. That can't be good. They begin to try and flee with everyone else, and smoke begins to swirl around them as explosions are following them. Portions of the streets are turning into sinkholes, and fires are burning all around them. New York has been turned into hell, and the Hulk looks back at the Sentry. You don't want this fight, Sentry. He glares at him. Yes, God, help me, I do. Because you're the only one that I can hit like this. He uses all of his power to punch the Hulk in the gut, throwing him through more buildings into the sky, where he comes crashing down into yet another building. The buildings are like tissue paper to these
that's the
two,
thing.
and they're all just being
That's the
torn
thing.
down.
Especially like when you're
Hulk.
like when you're a fighter, right? To be able to always have to hold back because you're just so strong. Being able to, like, when you like could just let loose and just start swinging and not caring. Ooh, that's just it. That's it. You saw how he was smiling when he was flying through. He was cheesing. He was like, oh snap.
Right, Stark, Richards, all of you, this is on you. Never forget what happens next is on your heads. The Hulk finally catches the Sentry mid-flight by punching him in the face with the full force of the angriest Hulk ever. The explosion is massive, taking out the entire building. Every time the Hulk swings, a mini explosion goes off, and he hits the Sentry over and over until blood is drawn, and the Sentry points his fist at the Hulk, and he burns him. Fire begins to spout off of the roof of the building, and it begins to pour over the entire city. It fills the streets, it burns the trees, it takes down everything in its path, and Ben, Ulrich, and Sally are left to see the aftermath of it all. The fire burned for 3 days after this fight. The city was in ruins. But whose fault was that? Back in the arena, all of the heroes are wondering what this guy is even doing. The Sentry is terrified of his own power. Why is he cutting loose right now? Reed turns to Tony. What did you tell him? And Tony tells him, I told him to play God. Hulk and the Sentry come crashing back down into the arena, and that's when he begins to swirl the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns around him, and he drops it on the Hulk. But he persists. He accepts it, and he stands. The Hulk stands up. Reed and Tony tell each other that they need to use the satellites to stop him. They need to prevent the Sentry from burning the world around them. And the Hulk tells them, stupid humans, do you think your machines will stop him? And he jumps into the fire, into the source of the destruction. He sees the Sentry, and he begins to pound away on his power. The Sentry asks him, does it always feel this good to cut loose? It's funny, isn't it? After all of these years of me trying to calm you down, it's me who can't seem to stop. The Hulk continues to punch him over and over, draw blood, and try to stop him, but he can't. It's too much power for even the Sentry. He turns to the Hulk. Goodbye, old friend. And in the power of the sun, the two men continue to punch each other until there's a massive boom. The fire begins to part, and in the middle, everyone sees the Sentry and the Hulk in their human forms. Sentry thanks Bruce, and then he falls, and Bruce turns back to everyone with green glowing in his eyes. Everyone looks at him, and Rick offers his hand. Bruce, welcome home. But it's Meek who isn't done, as he shouts, Hulk is not done, come back to us! And he stabs Rick. Bruce falls to his friend's side, and his eyes begin to glow, and he grows in size, and he smashes the insect. He begins to tear through his Warbound, throwing them into each other and smashing them into the ground. The Warbound leap on him, trying to hold him back, and Meek tells him, I will always be there to remind you, because you always forget your purpose, World Breaker. You conquered Sakaar, you killed the Red King, you should have slaughtered his people, but you let them live. So I watched them load up an old warp core into your shuttle. They thought that it would kill you, but I knew that it would remind you. We all must now die so that you can remember. You are the world breaker. You need to make this end. The anger in the Hulk boils up and something in him snaps. There is suddenly no limit to his power, as his anger is too great. I said he was the angriest before, but I was wrong. This is the maddest he's ever been as he begins to grow in size. Reed steps up. Bruce, stop. We'll help you this time. And he slaps his hands together to push the superheroes down. Stop. Without you, none of this would have happened. I'll hate you forever, almost as much as I hate myself. And that's when they felt it. The Hulk took a step, and the entire eastern seaboard felt it. An earthquake across the world from his step. Everything is breaking and crumbling because the Hulk can't even control his power, and he shouts, "Do it before I break the world!" So Tony calls down the beam that stops the Hulk. He runs over, telling them to shoot at his position, and he runs between the Hulk's legs. When we see it. Shakroom! The beam hits him full on with everything. And as it burns away at him, in that moment, he remembers his happiness and her death. And with his own death, he could finally be with her. I'll never leave you, Hulk. I know. And now, I'll never leave you. Except, that's not how it ends, is it? He can't die, can he? This is the Hulk. And in the smoke and destruction, and at the very center of everything, Bruce Banner lays there, staring into the sky. S.H.I.E.L.D. came by and they locked him up, hauling him away. And the Warbound were all arrested. This is the story of the Hulk and how he finally came home. They call you whatever they want, he said. Savior, destroyer. All that matters is what you choose. Bear witness to his choice, children, and give thanks to your gods and pray for their mercy. For tonight, the Hulk may sleep, but his rage will never die. Thank you.
My God!
Planet Hulk, World War Hulk.
I can see it. I can see it. You know, I can see it. If this was animated, bro. Like him just sitting there and just the flashing in her voice, and it's just oh man, it's so good, bro. It's just so good. It was so beautiful. And then they gave us that bum. They gave us that boy dabbing and stuff. No, Titan. I mean, it's not exactly the same. And I'd want it to be like up to the standard that we have now. Ooh wee! I'm telling you right now, $1 billion first week. I'm kidding. I mean, actually, no, I'm not kidding. I'll watch it 1 billion times if that happens to. Wait, what the freak? Hold up, I gotta watch this. I haven't watched it in like a week. Hold up.
Bada bing, bada boo.
We just got back home and I wanted to film this really quick so that I can edit it, get it up in time. And this is going to be a very short video. This is not going to be like a normal RM episode. But we just flew in from New York City where Sean Diddy Combs was found not guilty on all of his major.
Ah! For real? Oh, snap. Okay, let's hear.
Charges. So he was facing 5 counts and we're going to get into all of that. But day 3 of jury deliberation was, I mean, this was the day the verdict came out. It was obviously like the most intense day thus far. I would say the first day of jury deliberation was very stressful. There was a lot of unknown energy. Nobody really knew which way it was going to go. People were reading very deeply into the juror notes. The jury sent back a few notes. The first one being that there was a Well, okay, the news media, everyone's been calling it like a rogue juror. Like they get into the deliberation room, they send out their first note. It's a handwritten note by the jury foreman who is voted upon. This is like the leader of the jury. They don't have much more power, but they sign off on all these notes. And they send in that note, and it says that juror number 25 cannot follow instructions. And this becomes a whole ordeal. Everyone is like, what do you mean they cannot follow instructions? Does that mean that they cannot follow instructions, or they do not want to follow instructions? What does it mean? It got to the point where people, like a lot of the members of the press, were confused and wondering, is this person maybe not able to comprehend certain parts of the English language that might be applicable to the law? And so they start digging into the jury selection process, and they find out that this man is a PhD student, a scientist. And so everyone's like, okay, that's clearly not the case. So is it like a health thing? Do they have a medical emergency where they cannot follow the instructions? People were thinking of everything, because when you're in the dark and all you get are these little snippets of notes, you start spiraling. And this is coming from people from the press and the public. I can't imagine what it would be like to be on the prosecution team or the defense team or part of the defendant's family. It seems very intense. That's the first note. Then there's a few follow-up notes. One of them is asking about what drug distribution means. Another one is asking for testimony transcripts from Cassie Ventura's testimony about the Intercontinental Hotel incident, as well as a Cannes Film Festival incident.
Yeah,
so these are the main notes that are coming in.
I guess.
And people were thinking, okay,
I guess he gonna be out here. I mean, not out here by me, but like he gonna be out here. Well, what's his name say in that Fast and Furious? I mean, yeah, that Fast and Furious movie. He said, y'all better hide your baby oil. I mean, hey.
It's going to be 4th of July weekend. Like, it's going to be finished up
wow. They
on
said,
Wednesday
this man ain't
afternoon.
no freaky.
If it's not finished,
This man ain't
Thursday,
what Kendrick
Friday,
called
we're
Drake.
out of court, so maybe the following Monday we'll get a verdict. And then Tuesday, at the very end of the day, yesterday, a note comes in that they have found a verdict, a partial verdict, a verdict on 4 of the 5 counts, but they are deadlocked on count 1, which is the RICO charge.
Which is everything, life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They go home, they sleep it off, and this morning, a note comes in at 9:52 in the morning. The jurors they went to the jury room at 9 o'clock in the morning. 52 minutes in, a note comes in, and it reads, we have reached a verdict on all counts. The judge is reading this out. He's asking anything to address before we bring the jury out. So this just means the jury's going to come out, he's going to get it, and they're going to read it out, and the jurors are going to say, yes, this is what I voted. They're going to go one by one. Yes, this is what I voted. This is what I voted. Both parties respond no. Now, by this
you're talking
point,
about Lotus's
jury
regeneration?
deliberation day 1, jury deliberation day 2, Sean Combs and his family were not in the best of moods. Like, they seem like they're 1 second away from a mental breakdown, all of them. It seems like the defendant, or Sean Combs, is comforting his mother nonstop. It just seems like everybody is an emotional wreck, which is understandable, but it just felt like a lot of people are speculating, do they know a little more that we don't know? Is there something in the legal process that we haven't gotten a whiff of yet, and they see the signs that something is amiss before we see the signs? And he seems just as stressed when the jurors are led back in and they give their little slip to the judge, who reads it for about 30 seconds. He gives it to the deputy, who reads,
The judge
in
was
the
like,
matter of U.S. v. Combs, how do you find the defendant Sean Combs for count 1? And now, juror number 5, the jury foreman, this is like the leader of the group. This is like what they vote on. He's going to be the one that reads it out loud, their verdict. But he's like their spokesperson. I mean, he doesn't have like
vote
an
on
extra
this
vote or anything. He's just their spokesperson. He reads,
They voted like it's like
not guilty.
Yeah, nah,
This
I
is
don't
the
wanna,
count that they were deadlocked on all day. This is the RICO charge.
I don't want to say
Not
to the
guilty.
public.
Now, a lot of people in the press pews, in the public, I mean, all we could do was speculate all day for like the past 2 days. And there were speculations that perhaps he would be found guilty on 2 of the smaller charges, maybe not RICO because they were deadlocked on it. Maybe a lot of people were thinking that was going to be a hung jury, the RICO charge, and that it would have to be retried. But they come back not guilty. And you hear like a small gasp inside the courtroom from one of the family members. But it's not even like that small. I don't know if it's a small gasp. I don't know if it was just so deadly silent. It's unclear. It's just like everyone is focused on all these little things. As for sex trafficking for Cassandra Ventura, how do you find the defendant? Not guilty. Now at this point, one of the family and friends members of the two pews, they are like, yes. Like they're like, yeah. They're not screaming it. It's more of a audible noise, and it seems like everyone is breaking out into smiles over there. Everybody is like happily nodding. Even Sean Combs is like a little hesitant, but he seems like he's trying to look at the jury and see, because everything's going in his favor at this point.
And that's like a charge that everyone thought is going to be guilty, right, Cassandra?
Everyone thought
Cassie.
if he doesn't get RICO, he's going to get sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura. Transportation for purposes of prostitution related to Cassandra Ventura,
Not
guilty.
Oh, guilty.
There's no reaction. The deputy and the foreperson continue. As for sex trafficking of Jane, how do you find the defendant? Not guilty. Diddy, at this point, has now broken out into full smiles because those were the three biggest charges. So count 1, count 2, and count 4. So 3 is the transportation across state lines for prostitution. That's a very minor charge compared to everything
These court
else
drawings
in
are
his
so
counts.
funny.
The RICO charge, the sex trafficking charges, one against Cassie and one against Jane, these are his major charges. He was just found not guilty of his major charges. So everything else, it doesn't really matter. This is like a huge win. This is everything he probably wanted, a little short of getting acquitted of all the charges. Everybody is breaking out into smiles. All of his adult children, some of them brought their partners, their girlfriends. A lot of the mother of his children were there. I think the only person not there was...
What? With R. Kelly's freak. This is so funny.
His youngest child, who is an infant, obviously. Kenny Garagos is like tightly gripping Sean Combs' hand. They seem friendly. They seem close. Transportation for prostitution for Jane. Guilty. As the foreperson is reading the verdict, looking exclusively towards the judge, the remaining 11 jurors are like just stone cold faces. Like you can't really read their expression. None of them are really looking at Diddy. They're just kind of listening and waiting. Meanwhile, Diddy is like nodding at them, trying to get them to make eye contact with him. And he's like trying to mouth thank you almost. He does at one point, and it's a very interesting, the whole feeling of this verdict is like an escalation to mass goosebumps. There's not like this, every single charge that's read out, it felt more eerie. Everybody has goosebumps. And I don't mean eerie in like the negative sense of the word. It just felt strange. I think a lot of people had vastly different reactions, and I'm choosing not to use the word eerie because I think a lot of people were very happy with the verdict. A lot of people were very unhappy with the verdict. So to use eerie across the whole courtroom is odd. It's just like it's an undescribable sensation of a weird energy. You just start feeling goosebumps the entire time. Yeah. You feel like you're shaking, even though this technically has nothing to do with you. Like, this isn't your life. This isn't your family member's life, but it feels weird. I don't know if it's the energy that's rubbing off, and the tension is just so high strung. I think at this point, all of the past 2 months have accumulated to this very moment. From the angle that we are sitting on, you can't really see the prosecutors. So it's very hard to get a read of what they're thinking, how they're reacting, but I'm assuming that it was not a pleasant day for them. The defense team, on the other hand, Diddy is nodding empathetically at the jurors. You know, he's releasing his hand from Tenny's. He's like putting it into prayers and saying thanks, like mouthing thank you, silently to each of the jurors. And the jurors are dismissed. They're thanked, led out of the room. Nobody says anything. And then at that point, the judge says that he is open to hear any applications, to which Mr. Agnifilo immediately stands up and is like, his family is here, he should be released. They say he is no longer charged with sex trafficking or racketeering. His plane has been chartered. It's in Maui. He does not have access to his plane. This is his first conviction, and it's a prostitution offense. He should be released. So at this point, we still have to wait for sentencing. Man? I don't know. A month out, and he's saying, Mark Agnifilo is arguing he should be released so that he can come back for sentencing.
Like gray hair now?
There's no reason to keep him in jail.
he should be out on bail. Right?
Yes, that's what they're proposing. I believe they proposed like $1 million bond and a bunch of other things that they sent in a letter that's on the docket for this case. The government is opposing this. They're saying absolutely not. We are going to seek that not only does he stay in jail before sentencing, but probably during sentencing, they're going to go after maximum for these two charges, which is 10 years each. He's not going to get it.
So they're proposing like 20 years
Yeah.
together, right?
Yeah, they're aggressively fighting back of like, no, absolutely not. The judge says he needs some time to think about it. They're going to send in their proposals and he's going to take everything into consideration. He leaves the bench and the court is temporarily adjourned.
He gives,
as everybody is standing for the judge as he walks off. Tenny puts her arm around Diddy's shoulder, gives him a squeeze. Diddy's chair gets pushed a little bit back, and he turns around to his family. He falls to his knees. He rests his elbows on the chair that he was just sitting at. So he's facing the gallery. He's facing the back of the courtroom. And he just shuts his eyes in like a prayer. And he's praying. It seems like a really long time. I don't know if it's just the way that time works in a courtroom at these high, tense moments. It felt like an eternity. It could have been 3 seconds. It could have been a minute. Mark Agnifilo is looking at him. He looks very pleased. Tenny has tears in her eyes. It appears that they're really close because Sean Combs was close with Mark Garagos.
Her dad. Yeah.
Her dad, yeah. So she starts crying to the point where she does have to dab tissues on her eyes. And all of his defense team, the attorneys, they're all giving each other hugs. In the entire courtroom, it just kind of erupts into cheers. At this point, Judge Arun, Father Arun, is off the bench. So it's not like they're doing this in his presence because that would be highly unlikely. But, I mean, people are cheering. People are clapping. People are whooping. It's like, it's so dramatic. And they're cheering as he's on his knees. And he just slowly stands up from his knees very dramatically as if he's like rising from the ashes. It feels very cinematic for what? And it was just the weirdest moment. And he starts hugging his defense team members. He's cheering, saying, "Thank you, I love you," to his family who are clapping back, yelling, crying. The defense attorneys are like huddled together like they just won a championship. And you just see a lot of the members of the public who are also in the courtroom. They're erupting.
Hot take. I think, most definitely this man is weirdo, but I think they tried to like the high ups. They tried to lock him up with all this. You know what I mean? And seeing that this didn't work out, Diddy finna go crazy and start exposing a whole bunch of people. They're like, all right, listen. They wanted to play with me, so let's get playing. LeBron? Oh, yeah, he was over there with them little... Who else y'all like? Kevin Hart? Oh, yeah, he was there, too. He was in there, too. Oh, no. Oh, Tony Diddy was on there. Only me? Oh, for real, me? Oh, what was his name? The Barack? Oh, yeah. They were all in the same room, actually. Imagine, I'd be like, oh. Because, what does he got to lie about at this point? Because we all know he's a weirdo, but now, yo, is he telling the truth? Did he just say LeBron, Kevin Hart, and Barack Obama were in the same room with some? Oh my gosh, yeah, that'd probably be dumb. But remember what happened with OJ? He wrote a book talking about I know I didn't do it, but if I had've did it. What the frick you mean if you had've did it? So you never know. Then he might just do a little something like that. He might just.
Cheers. They're all excited. You could literally feel the goosebumps. Even if you do not agree with the verdict, there's something about the energy inside of that courtroom that it just feels strange. It's just like a lot of energy. So with that, court is adjourned for them to figure out if Diddy is going to be released on bond. If he is going to be technically a somewhat free man until sentencing. And even at sentencing, he still might be a free man if he gets no jail time. And when you walk out of this courtroom, it's not even just the energy in the courtroom, the energy outside the courthouse. Like, if you thought it was strange the first week or two of trial, which was probably the most intense 2 weeks, it is crazy. There are people outside chanting "Free Puff." There's people outside wearing matching t-shirts. Some of them read, "Frico is not a Rico."
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
That was given out by his best friend, right?
Yeah, so they're like wearing matching t-shirts. There is one very famous TikToker who had taken his shirt off and people were rubbing baby oil on him. There are people live streaming at every like cross section of outside this courthouse. People are getting into fights because at this point it seems like a lot of the live streamers have split into two camps. One camp that believed that Diddy was going to be found guilty on all charges. One camp that was very pro Diddy and wanted to quote "free Puff." So those have been almost like it's like a war outside the courthouse. Doug Wigder, Cassie's attorney, is walking out. We're trying to get like videos of him. He's just like walking out. The press are running up to him. Donaldson, Nicole Westmoreland walk out at one point. And they're not really saying much. The attorneys are probably going to give a formal statement. Maybe around the time that this video goes up, if not like right before this video goes up. I'm trying to time it well, but it's interesting. So I mean, they're going to be happy. If anyone is coming out of this a winner, aside from Diddy, it's going to be his defense team. There's fights still breaking out outside. And what's interesting is you would think that a lot of the public would be fighting between the pro Diddy supporters and the not supporters of Diddy. But a lot of it is actually people who support Diddy fighting each other. There's like one person who's screaming and upset and is like, these people weren't here every day that I was here supporting Diddy, so why are they suddenly showing up to support Diddy? And a lot of people are just like, I think you need a job because this is crazy to be arguing about. They don't even know Diddy
exactly.
personally.
They don't even care about you.
So like,
bro.
what is happening outside the courthouse? It's literally just mayhem. It's chaos. Like, it doesn't even make sense. I think like we're still having a hard time comprehending anything that's just happened. And everyone's talking about what's going to happen next. So here's what we know. He was not found guilty on RICO. He was not found guilty on any sex trafficking charge. He was found guilty on count 3 and 5, which are the transportation for prostitution charges. They are a maximum of 10 years each. That's just a sentencing guideline. By no means does Father Arun have to adhere to that. He could give him time served with probation. He could give him 3 years served concurrently, which means at the same time. So both charges 3 years, but he really only spends 3 years in prison.
Because there's no minimum, like he could be walking out, right?
He could get like just probation for 5 years. It's really all up to Father.
If he was in Korea, he could be like, I had a little something to drink, so, oh, okay, cut it in half. I have to keep bringing that up, bro. Especially because when I'm watching her, I'm just like, oh my.
Arun at this point. Now, I'm sure he has a lot to take into consideration, like the fact that Dion.
A bunch of black people outside defending the dude clearly did. Yeah, because he black. Of course, that's what they do. So wild to me. Like a black person could, like, blow everything up. And they're like, but, I mean, but you got to think about the oppression and the people and the... Man, I don't want to hear that crap.
Dante Nash and Cassie Ventura have both submitted letters to the judge today saying, hey, we don't feel safe if he is out on bail.
Oh, really?
They were saying, we don't feel safe. We don't think other people are going to feel safe. I mean, the judge has a lot to take into consideration before he figures out what to do. Also, there is this thing where if he does let Diddy out on bond, there is a speculation that his attorneys are going to just drown the court with more motion so that they can push sentencing, and then they're just going to try to lag it, which is going to be a big headache. By this point, I mean, yes, he was found guilty on 2 charges, but this is probably the best outcome that he could have gotten from this case. I think a lot of people were surprised, and I think we're still having a hard time digesting everything that's happened. By the time that this video goes up, we will probably know if he's going to get out on bond or not. I'm going to leave it in the pinned comment, but I don't really know. I feel like I need to conclude this entire video with some sort of feeling or thoughts.
Bail has been denied.
And I don't really have ones that
I don't know. It's just funny because of all of that being said, and I just see it right there.
Are going to sound new and introspective and fresh. I think the whole team and I have just been wrapping our minds around it. The verdict was surprising but unsurprising at the same time. I think that we had a lot of faith in the feds. I will say that throughout the moments, there were times throughout this entire trial, we would come home after a long court day and there would be moments where I would say, what just happened? And I think I mentioned it very briefly in a few episodes where I was like, when I'm there, I see the energy in the courtroom. I see the jurors' responses to a lot of these questions. I could be misinterpreting their facial expressions. I feel like the defense is so great at controlling the narrative, controlling the emotions inside the courtroom that I walk out and I'm like, what just happened? I read the transcripts and I'm like, no. The government knows what they're doing because this makes sense on the transcript. Everything is here. Like the coercion, I can see it. I can feel it. To me personally, in my opinion, it's there, right? But I think that, and we would try to comfort each other. Like the team would be like, no. But the feds have such a crazy conviction rate.
Yeah.
Like they know what they're doing. They're so capable, which they are. But there were a lot of times where we were trying to wrap our heads around the fact that the defense team came off incredibly charismatic. And I know that maybe to people that haven't been inside of even this specific courtroom or like any courtroom, maybe it means nothing. Like maybe this would have meant nothing to me prior to this trial being there in person. They come off charismatic. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, okay, well, he's still a criminal. Like, I still don't like Diddy. What does his attorney's charisma have anything to do with it?
Yeah.
But when you spend 8-9 hours in a cramped courtroom with the same 20 people all day, every day, I'm sure that the jurors care about who's likable.
Yeah, I think like for me, we've been talking about this for months. Every time you're talking about these lawyers and then their body language, the way they talk, the way they act, the way the juror responds to it, that I feel like that carries a much bigger weight than even we anticipated. Even though every day you come home, you're like, oh, I saw this person smirking. I saw they reacted this way. I don't know. I think jurors really liked it. I think the jurors really liked what they said. And then we're like, but are they going to ignore all the evidence and this and that? The attorneys that Diddy hired, I mean, I guess they won the jurors over.
Yeah, because I don't think it was him that won the jurors over. I think that I think they did an exceptional job at what they were supposed to do, which is win the jury over. I think the prosecutors probably could have done a better job at winning the jurors over. I think that a lot of times during their direct examinations of very crucial witnesses such as Cassie and Jane, I do know that Jane is a bit more of a contentious witness, as a lot of people, even on the internet, are having these very lengthy debates about whether or not it was sex trafficking. Because for Jane, she was 35 years old when she met Sean Combs. She had a child, and
so she was grown.
Coercion aspect that the government is trying to tell the jurors is that she was obsessed. She was in love with him.
That's her fault.
Additionally, he was paying for the house. Now, I think a lot of people online were like, well, she can move out. She's 35. She can just get a job. And, like, she can't be that love-struck if she's a mom. Like, she needs to think about her kid. Like, people were having these types of debates online about Jane. However, for Cassie, I think a lot of people online were expecting a guilty verdict for the sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura. She was 18 when she met him. She was signed to, like, a 10-album record deal with his record label. There was so much violence throughout their relationship that could easily factor into the force, fraud, or coercion that a lot of people were taken aback that this was a not guilty verdict. And ultimately, it just came down to the jurors believed unanimously that Cassie wanted these freak-offs, that she consented to this, that she was a willing participant. Now, if I were in a juror's position, would I have thought that? No, but I wasn't. I'm not on the jury, and that's just how our justice system works, unfortunately, whether we like it or not. So whether people agree with this verdict online or not doesn't really change as much, because the jurors still just did what the jurors did.
Yeah. And, like another thing we noticed is like every time you're talking about the way Diddy's attorney, even their closing statement, the difference between the prosecutor's closing statement versus Diddy's team's closing statement is totally different, right? Diddy's team is super casual. They're just being like, we're not even getting to all the nitty gritties. This is all about a love story, blah, blah, blah. And whatever it is, that delivery worked.
I think the problem is with a case like this, and I don't mean to say everyone, and I don't mean to say us or you guys as an audience, but I think with maybe an older jury, they were a little bit older than maybe you and I might be on this jury pool, with a lot of men on the jury pool, I would say that,
Amen, right?
yeah, with 8 men out of 12 jurors,
Oh my gosh.
there was
Don't
a lot.
do this right now, miss.
I think a lot of it came down to emotion. I think a lot of it felt like it could be spun both ways. I don't think it was a he said, she said case.
Yeah,
I
you
think
do.
there was a lot of evidence pointing, at least me in my opinion, towards sex trafficking of at least Cassie Ventura, right? But I think that a lot of people felt it was a he said, she said. And in these situations, I feel like emotion always wins. And the defense, they came with the emotions. Every cross-examination would be where you felt the most emotion, whether it be positive or negative towards the witness. The direct examinations, it was very few and far in between. Like they examined Cassie Ventura for so many days.
They
The
keep getting stuff
prosecution
right.
did.
I mean,
And there were not many palpably emotional moments in the courtroom. I think on paper, the words were emotional. I think on the transcript, the words were emotional, but they came out, the way that the prosecutor would ask the questions was very flat and monotoned. It just didn't,
So would you say like the star team of Diddy's did
yeah.
their job?
Yeah,
right?
and I think that, yeah, I just feel bad for the witnesses.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the witnesses. I think it's just another reminder that we still live in a world where I think a lot of people need a perfect victim, and you're just not going to get that in most cases. And I think that's very depressing to find out through this trial. I think people have a hard time understanding that victims can be multifaceted. I also think it's very interesting the way that people have been discussing the domestic violence of this case. I know that's not a charge, and that's almost become the focal point of like, well, he wasn't charged with domestic violence, but it is part of the coercion aspect. And I think it's interesting that more people have upset and very loud feelings about Jane wanting a Chanel bag and Cassie wanting a lifestyle versus him being a violent abuser. And I think that's a very interesting juxtaposition that's been happening online of like, people are saying, well, he's just a domestic violence abuser and he can get help for that. But they make it seem like Cassie receiving money or Jane wanting a Chanel bag is some sort of fatal crime, some sort of fatal personality flaw that cannot be defended. It's just very interesting the way that people have been comparing those two elements of this case. Now, there have been lots of speculations online and rumors mainly that Diddy has bought out some of the jurors that are possibly being paid. One comment reads, "It's painfully obvious one of the jurors took the payoff in order to cause a mistrial. It's so transparent that it's actually ridiculous. The only reason the jury is hung is because the juror thought money was more important than actual justice." So this was when they were deadlocked on the RICO charge. However, looking back at the timeline of how, I mean, unless he paid off all of them, which is so highly unlikely, pretty much impossible and not proven and completely a baseless allegation and internet rumor, there's just no way that they would have come back with a not guilty verdict on the major charges in the time that they did. Because within like a day and a half, they already decided on the sex trafficking charges, and they were just stuck on RICO.
That's why we also like we're looking back, right? Yesterday they were deadlocked on RICO. We thought maybe like, I don't know, 7 of them thinks he's guilty, and then maybe 5 of them think he's not. But now looking back, it seems like majority thinks he's not guilty.
Yeah.
And there was a few thinks he is guilty.
Yeah. But I do think that these comments about him purchasing or buying off jurors is very interesting and very depressing in the sense of, like, that's how little faith we have in our justice system. And I think it's completely accurate. So, like, while I do think it's just a rumor as it pertains to this case, it's kind of sad. I felt like a lot of people overestimated what the feds were going to do, what the government was going to come in with, what the prosecutors were going to be able to accomplish. And I don't know if this is accurate, but I felt like the prosecutors completely overestimated the jury. I feel like because maybe the prosecutors are a little bit on the younger end, I don't know, maybe they're on TikTok, maybe they're watching the same things you and I are watching, and maybe we feel like, hey, you know, consent is complicated, but it's very clear when someone is feeling coerced. Like even if they send text messages like I love it, like you can tell through other inferences that they clearly don't love it. And I think maybe they expected that from the jury, because I don't think that they did the best job at explaining how it was coercion over and over again in a way that felt emotionally moving, perhaps, to that jury. Whereas I think the defense, I mean, they were pulling out excuses that were used decades ago. This is a love story. They both wanted it. They just like to be having fun in the bedroom. The government doesn't belong in the bedroom. Like, these are all things that we get icked out by because we've heard them decades ago, and we're like, how does this still work today in the big old year of 2025? But it did end up working. But ultimately, that is where we are with the case. It's very clear who the winners are in this. It's Diddy and it's his defense team. Brian Steele has been trending again with people calling him the RICO remover. He represented Young Thug in a RICO case as well, so that's what he's most well known for, and now Combs. So people are saying he's 2 for 2 now. I mean, the whole defense team, I imagine that they're like the new dream team. There's a lot of Diddy supporters online that are saying, like, we knew he'd be innocent. Like, they were just trying to take down a successful black man, which a lot of people have a lot of interesting discourse about. And other people are saying, this is the weirdest flex ever. Search all of their computers. I mean, does nobody have a job? Like, how are we supporting him after the CNN video? If anything, the CNN video is enough. Other people are commenting that a standing ovation inside the courtroom is criminal. Other people are commenting, this Diddy trial is now proof that you can do anything if you have money. Other people are responding to that comment saying, yeah, which is why I'm too broke to break the law. Other people think it's very interesting because Mark Agnifilo is representing 2 of the more high-profile cases that are going to be happening this year and next year. And they comment, Diddy's going to go free and Luigi Mangione is going to get convicted to the highest extent. Another person comments, this is exactly why victims don't come forward when they're abused, because nothing will be done anyways. So why live with the public ridicule? This is so sad. Others are commenting, I don't get it. He beat Cassie. How does a jury member not understand that is creating coercion out of fear? To which other people have been defending Diddy, saying, did you not see the part where she said she liked and wanted to participate in the freak-offs? And now a lot of people are just nervous because he might be free, he might be out on bond, he might not even get jail time during his sentencing, and people think that this is going to make him feel untouchable now. But as of right now, as of filming this, probably not by the time you see it, there were people outside chanting, let Puffy go, as the judge is making his decision on whether or not he's going to let him out on bond, which I'm going to leave in the pinned comment. I know that this was not like a typical RM video. I feel like I haven't even really had the time to even get my thoughts together. This is just like right off the cuff of all of the things that the RM team has been feeling. So hopefully it was coherent enough, but what are your thoughts on this? How do you feel? Do you feel like justice was done? Do you feel like another day, another sad system moment? Let me know in the comments. Please stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
What do you think? Everybody but Titan, because Titan already gave his thing. Dang, I haven't seen her videos in a minute. Oh yeah, we did need to take a break from Stephanie because Stephanie was sort of kind of pissing us off, bro. No, Stephanie, you didn't do that wrong, Stephanie. This is me, Stephanie. It ain't you, Stephanie. Actually, unexpected, not gonna lie. Definitely unexpected. You gotta wait on the pen. Okay. Alright. Alright. she just brutal, just reacted to the not guilty. Oh my. So it just happened today. Yeah, it just happened. I mean, cause I just saw it said that she just got she just posted this. Oh. This is what I was talking about yesterday. I didn't know he made a video about it. Hold up, we gotta watch this.
Another day, another dumb take from an out-of-touch Hollywood celebrity. In this case, Scarlett Johansson, who's currently on the promo trail for Jurassic World Afterbirth, and probably praying to whatever demonic entity the
Wait,
good
what
folks
the
of
freak?
Tinsel-
Did she just kiss this man on the mouth?
See, in this case, Scarlett Johansson, who's currently on the promo trail for Jurassic World Afterbirth, and probably praying to whatever
This is not your man's. Wait, unless did she divorce that guy? Scarlett Johansson. Oh, she did? Wait, what? No, she didn't. She didn't divorce him. So she just kissed this other man? Yo, she was married to Ryan Reynolds? What the freak? She just been going. She was married to Ryan Reynolds, divorced him after 3 years. Yo! This girl's been married 3 times. 2 of those times ended after 3 years. This is the longest marriage she's been in. And it's been almost 5. Don't let Morgan hear that? Yeah.
demonic entity the good folks of Tinseltown worship. That
Yo,
this
she just kissed this man on the mouth.
movie isn't going to be the cinematic disaster that the reviews have painted
What
it
the
as.
heck, bro? That ain't my wife, bro. She just putting her lips on other people like that.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh, did you guys see this movie? I had a feeling it was gonna be bad.
Don't worry though, I'll be reviewing that film soon enough. Believe that. Anyway, a couple of days ago, Miss Johansson took some time out of her busy schedule to
She
do
got a tattoo on her back. Come on, Scarlett. Come on, you ruining the skin.
an interview with the Times of London where she offered up her thoughts on the current state of Hollywood and one of her favourite subjects these days, the dreaded male gaze.
Okay.
When I was younger, a lot of roles I was offered or I went for had their ambitions or character arcs revolving around their own desirability, or the male gaze, or a male-centered story. That's less frequent though. Something has shifted. Oh boy, you're not kidding, Scarlett. Something has indeed shifted in Hollywood,
Oh my
but
gosh.
probably not in the way you
That's
think.
your man's?
Now, this isn't the first time she's spoken up about this kind of thing. In fact, she's been banging on about it for a couple of years now. Funnily enough, as that big 4-0 loomed ever closer, just
4-0,
like in
yeah,
this interview
40.
from back in 2022, where she explains, I kind of became objectified and pigeonholed in this way, where I felt like I wasn't getting
You
offers
did this
for
to
work for
yourself.
things that I wanted to do.
Well, 'cause
I
you're
remember
40.
thinking to myself, I think people think I'm 40 years old. It somehow stopped being something that was desirable and something that I was fighting against.
You sure about that? You sure
That's
about
one of the
that?
funniest things
Oh,
ever. You sure about that?
really? Please tell us more about how you resented all those high-profile roles that literally made your career and kept it afloat for the past 2 decades, or how uncomfortable you were with all those multi-million-dollar paychecks. Truly, it must have been a real nightmare
Scarlett
for you,
was something
Scarlett.
else,
I don't know
man,
how you
back in the day.
coped.
Yes, I can definitely smell shite.
Not to impugn her acting ability or anything, but do you really think she would have had the career she's had if
Exactly.
she looked like this?
Oh.
It all kind of strikes me as the Hollywood equivalent.
Y'all, why y'all doing this to that girl, bro? Let that girl live, bro. The only thing that because I didn't watch the show. Why would I, especially when I know what happens. But, everything that I think of now is her saying, "I'm gonna be a dad." Stupid. This curve.
Of the old "you can't fire me, I quit" argument, trying to get ahead of something that's inevitably going to happen anyway by reframing it as some brave self-sacrificing decision on your own part. No, you see, it's not like
that
those
movie.
juicy,
She was
high-profile
freaking.
roles are now being offered
Oh,
to
you see?
younger and
Like
hotter
her.
actresses, and
That's
I'm
her
kind
name.
of yesterday's
Sydney.
news now. I'm choosing to take on more mature and interesting parts because I'm more than just eye candy for sweaty teenage boys nowadays.
I never watched that movie.
It's actually an interesting pattern of behavior in these 40-something actresses who all mysteriously get tired of the male gaze just as the male gaze is about to get tired of them. The thing is, I kind of agree with her, at least in principle here. I agree that it's bad for any actor to be typecast and pigeonholed into certain roles when they want to broaden their creative range, but what can I say?
It's Hollywood, baby.
It's an industry based around pattern recognition and branding, selling actors like they're commodities, and it's not a uniquely female problem in the slightest. Take Hugh Grant, for example. That guy had to labour away for most of his career playing foppish, bumbling British guys in tedious romantic comedies because that's what people knew him for. And it's only now in his 60s that he's finally able to branch out into more challenging roles. Matthew McConaughey suffered from the same problem, trapped in rom-com purgatory for more than a decade before escaping into more mature roles in his 40s and 50s. Or how about all those action stars from the 80s and 90s who tried and failed to transition into other genres, only to fade out completely in the 2000s when they aged out of their roles. The sad reality is that most actors end up being known for something that ends up defining the course of their careers, whether it's charming good looks, a flair for comedy, big muscles, or just being really attractive, I guess. It's not a good or a bad thing, it's just the way the world works. The Scarlett Johansson from 10 or 15 years ago understood this perfectly well because she reaped the rewards.
Exactly, that's all I'm trying to say.
That other, less attractive actresses probably got passed over for. Do you think all those young aspiring stars felt bad for you?
Oh
or do you think they ended up staring long and hard at their own reflections, cursing the fact that in the great genetic lottery, you just so happen to have better luck than them? Do you think they feel bad for you now as you approach the end of this particular phase of a career that they never even got?
Oh yeah, she looked old there.
But okay, let's move past the angst.
I mean, obviously, because I never look at like interviews, red carpets, or anything. I just watched the movie, and I haven't seen her since like the last thing I saw her in was Black Widow. Yeah, the last thing I saw her was Black Widow. But gosh, you cannot show this. What is this? Civil War? No. Yeah, this is Civil War, right? Yeah, this is Civil War. You cannot show Civil War her, and then you cannot show this one, and then Iron Man, and then Civil War, and then now. Oh my!
Or do you think they ended
you watched this earlier today?
Long and hard at their own reflections, cursing the fact that in the great genetic lottery, you just so happen to have better luck than them.
Yeah, she looked 40 there.
For you now, as you approach the end of this particular phase of a career that they never even got a chance to experience. But okay, let's move past the angst of a fading star facing up to the unrelenting march of time and ask ourselves,
she has no kids.
Is the male gaze really
I
a
don't
thing
think
in
so.
movies? Or is it just a case of Hollywood understanding
Okay, critical.
what they want?
Okay.
Because here's another uncomfortable truth for you. Us humans enjoy
oh
looking
man,
at
that movie right
people.
there. Oh my gosh.
It's crazy, I know, but there's a reason why
Look
the
at
biggest
Brad.
and most successful movie stars throughout history tend to have been easy on the eye.
Yep.
It's because
Oh
we're
my
attracted to them,
God.
whether we want
Look at her walking down. Walking
history
down.
tend to have been
Look at
easy
you got to hold her hand. You got to. You know who that is? That ain't no ordinary chick.
on the the eye.
And she just
It's
ages gracefully, looks like, bro. Like,
because we're attracted to
oh
them, whether
my.
we want to admit
I
it
mean, there's probably some stuff in there, but I mean, still.
No, there's a reason why male and female stars work so hard to stay in shape. We like looking at all those tan, sculpted bodies. It makes us feel good. It's aspirational.
Oh,
Is it
that's
realistic? Not really.
That's
but deep-
Bride's girl right there, Alexandra. Daddario.
It makes us feel good. It's aspirational.
Well, that's Zach.
All those tan, sculpted bodies. It makes us feel good. It's aspirational.
Her eyes are crazy.
Is it realistic? Not really, but deep down we don't really want it to be. Reality is beer
Oh
guts
my
and
goodness.
unwanted body hair and disappointingly pale, sagging flesh. If we want to look at shit like that, we only have to look in the mirror. And like I said earlier, wanting to look at attractive people on screen isn't a uniquely male trait. And if anything, it seems to be skewing in the opposite
Alright,
direction
Evangeline.
nowadays. Ever noticed in the Marvel films how the ladies' outfits have gradually become more padded, bulky, and concealing like it's the fucking 19th century again? While every male actor is still expected to do the obligatory shirtless scene? I'll tell you why. It's because every straight woman in the Western Hemisphere has probably rubbed one out to shirtless
Oh my
Hemsworth.
God.
We all know it happens, and we all know the female gaze is something that Hollywood absolutely caters to, and has for a very long time. But have you ever stopped to think for 1 second how much work and sacrifice and dedication it takes to get that kind of physique? Because trust me, whatever diets and exercise plans the ladies go on to stay trim, it absolutely pales in comparison to what these guys have to put their bodies through. Hugh Jackman famously revealed that he has to know the exact date of his shirtless scenes 6 months in advance so he can get into peak shape. What you're seeing in those few seconds on screen is basically the end result of an extremely long and punishing bodybuilding regime. And as anyone who's tried something like that can tell you, it is not fucking fun. But does anyone complain about it? Not really. There's no outrage, no accusations of exploitation, no complaints about the female gaze. They just kind of get on with it because they know it's expected of them. So I guess what I'm trying to say with all of this is that generally being a movie star means you're in the business of looking good, whether you want to or not. It's not really about a male gaze or a female gaze, it's a human gaze. We like beautiful people, and if you're lucky enough to be one and reap the rewards and opportunities that come with it, well, maybe don't expect the rest of us to feel too sorry for you when it's all over. Anyway,
Yeah, she look
that's
old
all I've
there.
got for today. Go away now.
I mean, listen, Scarlett, listen, just you can relax, you know, go, you know, have some kids, and and make some other type of movies. You don't gotta be doing all that, but just don't act like you weren't reaping the benefits. That's what I don't like. She's acting like she was literally, like, literally and figuratively hot at the top, right?
You know,
For time. And then now she's like, well, they're trying to like act like I'm not like I'm like, come on now. Don't say this. Oh, hold up. Did we watch this? I don't think so. This is y'all queen. This is y'all queen.
well, I told you so's don't get much bigger than this. Ironheart has finally been inflicted on the world after gathering dust in the Marvel vault for the better part of 3 years. And by golly, I can see why they tried so hard to bury this thing. Having suffered through the first 3 episodes now, I can confidently say that this is by far the worst thing Marvel have ever produced in nearly 20 years of MCU history.
Worst
And
thing.
damn man, that's up against some pretty stiff competition by this point. A cringe-inducing calamity of a show drenched in identity politics that have aged worse than Mickey Rourke's face. Weighed down by hammy acting and nonsensical dialogue, a protagonist who's willing to lie, cheat and steal just to repeat something that's already been done decades ago, a moral compass that changes depending on who it's applied to, and characters so obnoxiously cliched and stereotypical that they feel like a parody
What the
of
frick was that? Yo, that was okay. Am I going to Bro, that literally, that was like a jump scare. I look up for a second. What the freak was that? I don't want to go back. Oh my gosh, bro. I'm not even playing. That freaked me out. Let's just keep going. I don't want to go back. They might show it
social
again.
Justice programs. In short, Ironheart is a creative, logical, and probably financial disaster, and the worst possible thing that could happen to Marvel in a year when it's already staring down the barrel of 3 high-profile flops. Let's get this over with quick, because I don't want to waste any more time on this trash than I absolutely have to. So the show picks up with nobody's favourite character, Riri Williams, a grad student at MIT who's been busted helping other students cheat on their exams for money. Riri's angry because she wants more resources to make Iron Man tech available to everyone and become even more famous than Tony Stark, who apparently only succeeded because he was a billionaire. What the fuck?
What?
You've already been given
Did she
a
not
free
see Iron Man
scholarship
1?
at the most prestigious university in the entire country and 4 years of funding to construct your very own Iron Man
Did
suit.
she not see the
and
first
that's
movie?
still not enough for you? Do you realize how many people would literally kill to be in your position right now? Do you realize how fucking ridiculously arrogant and entitled this makes you look? Also, I hate to break it to you, sweetheart, but there's a very obvious reason why Iron Man suits aren't widely available in this world. And if you stop to think about it for just a second, I'm pretty sure you'll figure it out too.
Yeah. Everybody will be going. Yep.
Anyway, when Riri rightfully gets expelled for causing massive property damage and subverting the school exam system, she does the logical thing and steals the Iron Man suit that she already built with university funding and takes it for herself.
So she black
For a
and a
show that's
thief.
all about challenging racial stereotypes, you're really not sending out the message you think you are with this one. Anyway, back home in Chicago, she clones her own brain to make an AI for the suit, which I guess is something you can just do now, and it somehow morphs into her dead friend Natalie, who got killed in a drive-by shooting years earlier. And how exactly
some
can I
black people?
describe Natalie? Well, imagine Jarvis, but now he's an insufferable twat with the personality of an abrasive teenage girl from the hood who constantly fucks things up for the main character.
What the freak?
I just can't, man. Fuck. Anyway, Riri's trying to scrape together enough money to repair her suit. Life is hard when you actually have to work and pay for stuff, isn't it? When she's approached by a guy named Parker, who offers the chance to join his ethnically and sexually diverse criminal gang.
Oh my
including this,
god! What the freak
unique
is going on?
individual.
Oh my god.
What even is this show, man? In return for using her Iron Man suit to help
Oh my god. Yo. Man, this world, bro.
them steal from people, she'll get all the money and resources she needs. And because stealing and breaking the law is only bad if other people do it, Riri immediately accepts his offer. Like, you realize you could just take this kind of technology to any major tech firm in the country and they'd give you so much cash you could swim in it, right? Or how about Wakanda? They seem like they'd be more than happy to have someone of your talents on boards. But nah, it's better to throw your hand in with a bunch of retarded criminals you've never even met before.
Oh my
led by a man
gosh,
so
bro, that is
obviously shady
that's a
he's
guy, definitely, 100%. But like, there's been some. Never mind.
literally wearing a villain's
Check whips.
pantomime
I'm
cape
struggling.
on the vague
I got
promise
you.
of financial rewards later. What are you retarded? Oh yeah, and she also hooks up
She
with a
isn't
black
smart.
market arms dealer who for some reason is a total pussy that immediately caves into her demands, gives her everything she
Because
wants,
she's
and acts
black.
like a complete simp for the rest of the show.
Of course,
shit.
of course he did.
Here we go again.
Oh my goodness, what are the chances that the one and only
Okay. Zero. Once again, when you're drawing your faces, and this is why I told you to practice the Loomis method. When you're drawing your faces, you have to understand that the section between the hairline, the eyebrows, the nose. Let's bring it lower. Yeah, that line. The eyebrows to the nose, and then the nose to the chin is all the same length. That's the first thing I want you to remember. And once once you have that, to remember, your eyes go halfway between the top of the head and the bottom of the head, halfway, and then your eyes are one eye apart. So if you have one eye here, you should be able to fit a third eye in between it. That's how big your eyes should be. Your nose should be on that line, your eyebrows on this line, and your mouth is in between your nose and your chin. So if anything is ever feeling off, look at the measurements. If something's off, look at the measurements again. Look at the measurements until it's right. That's why sometimes when I have like, when I'm even done, when I feel like I'm finished with the drawing but something is off, I go in and I break everything down again. I'm like, okay, so if I start from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet, split that in half, is that the halfway point? Yes. Split this into thirds, from the chin to shoulders to the bottom here. Is that about the same? Yes, it is. The knees are here halfway, like right about there. Yeah, that's about it. Maybe a little bit lower. I could probably make her legs a little bit longer, to be honest. Right, so I just continue to break everything down until I like it. Your tablet died? Oh, sorry.
A white guy in this show would turn out to be a completely submissive pussy. This stuff just writes itself, doesn't it? Anyway, they complete their first heist together, but Riri starts to get suspicious of Parker and begins to question the mysterious hood he's always wearing, which triggers a chain reaction of mistrust, revelations, and revenge that threatens to tear the gang apart. But will Riri be able to stop Parker and free him from the control of the hood, or will his dark powers destroy all of them? The answer, of course, is who the fuck cares? Watching the first 3 episodes of this absolute dross was like some weird exercise in self-flagellation. It truly is something unique in the MCU, combining the worst aspects of everything we've come to hate about this franchise. The pandering and heavy-handed racial politics of Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
You need to do better. That's the last thing I saw. I'm so serious. I think the last Marvel thing I saw was Captain America and Winter Soldier show. I'm so serious. I think that's the last thing I saw. The last Marvel movie. I mean, Marvel, like MCU thing. I think it is the last thing. Yeah, I think that is the last thing. Yeah, I think so.
Wakanda forever. The moral flexibility.
Oh no, wait. Did Black Widow come out after? I don't know.
Where doing horrible things is just fine if you happen to tick the right diversity boxes, and the cringe-inducing attempts at humor of, well, everything they've done since Endgame, really. This thing makes Robin in the Hood look like a masterpiece of urban fantasy. Parker's gang is the most laughable collection of hapless retards I've seen assembled on screen since Zack Snyder last made a movie. Riri has all the charm and likability of Rachel Zegler, only without the singing ability. The show even makes a point of her not wanting to diss Tony Stark, implying that she actually could and should verbally destroy him, but chooses not to in her magnanimous wisdom. And fuck me, I don't know what kind of humiliation ritual Hollywood's putting Alden Ehrenreich through after Solo, but it can't possibly be worth it to appear in trash like this. His character is eventually revealed to be the son of Obadiah Stane from the first Iron Man, because of course he is, but he doesn't want to follow in his dad's footsteps, which is why he's become a black market arms dealer. Wait, what? Also, you can absolutely tell this show was commissioned during a very different time in American culture, from the murals of dead community members, to the Black Lives Matter posters, to the constant reminders that things are just so much harder for people like Riri because of how she was born.
I found out, like recently, like about a checklist that they have, and I know it existed, but I never really knew like what was on it exactly, about the checklist that they have for movies and stuff nowadays, for what they need to put in it. So one of the things apparently is a woman or a gay person has to be in a position of power in all of these movies. Like a woman, a black person, and most likely, gay black person has to be in a position of power. That is wild. that is like something that has to be a must. That is so crazy to me.
It's actually kind of crazy now to think that stuff like this was once shockingly close to becoming the norm in cinema. But that was then, and this is now, and the cultural zeitgeist has well and truly moved on, leaving behind shows like Ironheart as dated relics of a time most people would rather forget. If there's anyone from Marvel who happens to be watching this video, and you're wondering why all your new projects are failing and your franchise is falling apart, well, the answer is right here in front of you. It's because of shit like Ironheart. Preachy, unimaginative, derivative, low-effort crap, recycling ideas that have already been done far better, only with a DEI paint job slathered all over it. It's the very worst of everything audiences dislike about your brand now, and it's the reason you're probably gonna have 3 failed movies in a row.
Like, I wouldn't even, like, I know a lot of these people are just like, this is my big break, I have to jump on it. But, like, I don't think so. Because haven't you seen what's been happening to every other person who's done these movies? Their careers are over. Nobody wants to hire them because nobody wants to see them anymore. But you guys jump to the opportunity to jump into these movies. Just because you want to check? I don't think so, man.
This
Because
year,
if you still want a job, I don't think you
cost
should
to
stay.
shit can Ironheart forever, but trust me, it
And he got the Rock tattoo.
absolutely would have been worth it. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Buns. A whole piece of garbage. A big old piece of trash. Truly a big old piece of trash. There's a video that I wanted to see. I know he reacted to it, which is why I'm going to go to his channel. I am starving. Let me see. Yes, this video.
The amount of people that have sent me and my husband death. The amount of people who have sent the amount of people that have sent me and my husband death. The amount of people who have sent my husband things from my past consistently week by week is like so hard for him to deal with, and then for me to be like ashamed about, because I'm constantly being reminded of the things I've done when I just want to live.
I'm an OnlyFans model and a mom of 4. Is it really that bad?
You were supposed to eat, yeah, bro, you know. You know how it will be sometimes.
You're an OF creator. I mean, you'll never feel like you want for love because it's like being in a relationship with thousands of people. It's one of those rare cases where you can meet someone in public and they recognize you, but they also know what you look like beneath your clothes. And that's probably the first thing they think about when they see you. Can you imagine someone walking up to you and they say, hey, I know you. I watch you on OF. You're my
That is the craziest thing ever. And I remember I saw a video of one of these girls. She was out and this guy said, oh, I love you so much, I love you so much, I love your videos and everything. She literally was like, ah! She was screaming. She was like, no, shut up. And I'm like, huh? You do this and you're known for this. But she was like, as soon as she saw one of her supporters in person, she freaked out and like started tweaking, kind of. And I'm like, this is your life. You did this. This is your life now. Imagine, bro, you just went there, you hanging out with your new shorty, right? And you walk in arm in arm, and then somebody walk up to her. Oh my goodness, I'm such a big fan. Look, and then he opens up his phone, and he says, look, I'm one of your biggest donors. Bro, gonna take her arm off. He be like, yeah, Get your arm off me. Yeah, release me. Release me. Thank you. Thank you. How your girlfriend doing? That is the craziest thing ever, bro. They don't understand. They don't understand.
Favorite creator. Or maybe you're out of that industry and you're trying to move on with your life and you keep getting reminded of it, or you try to sign up for a job or something and your employers find out that you used to open your legs for millions of people all over the world. And suddenly they're like, you know what, I don't think you're going to be a right fit for this brand, even though you're no longer doing those things. So you probably feel like you have to go back and do it again because the only jobs that will take you are jobs that you don't necessarily want to do. Like doing a service for people, like picking up trash or giving people a Happy Meal. Maybe you end up in a happy relationship until your boyfriend's friends recognize you or his parents. No more happy relationship. And there's a lot of discussion about this and people wondering, oh, is it really that bad if you are that kind of content creator? Because in your mind, you're probably giving people a service that is required, and it's no different than somebody who sings or entertains people for a living. You're just doing it in a very special way.
To own a salon, and now I'm making over $50,000 a month. What do you think? I
That
think
is
there's 100% a stigma around being an OnlyFans model.
Oh my gosh. Somebody please save the kids. Take them away from their mother now. First of all, take them away from the father too, because the father is crazy. You locked me up. No. She's she has her arm around yours, and you guys are walking through the streets.
A lot of people might be confused and wonder, what is the big issue with airing out my back door for millions of people to see? I mean, it's my body. I should have the right to express myself the way I want to and use my body the way I want in order to get what I want. Nothing wrong with that.
All right, listen.
Right?
If you want to do that, then you got to be like that one girl. That one girl we saw in that one video. The one with the 1,000 guys. You got to be like her. You got to just be like, yo, y'all can say whatever y'all want. This is my life now. You gotta stand on business. But as soon as you start, but I want to do this, and you guys can't say anything. No, miss, no. So you're being insecure, man. Let me be it then. Let me be it.
Fortunately, yes, the kind of work that's tied to, you cannot escape from that. The longest while, people who do spicy work are always seen as the scarlet letter wearers, and people have made arguments saying that that kind of work is misunderstood and criminalized. And Western society, especially, carries centuries of shame that's rooted in religion, patriarchal, and colonial traditions. That's the argument that people are making to explain why it's archaic that people would look down on people like this. And while it might be unfair for people to put a stigma on this, sometimes, just sometimes, stigmas exist for a reason. Well, to understand why it's a stigma in the first place, we first have to understand human beings as a species and why their psychology and their biology and how that plays a part in how humans think and the repercussions or consequences of certain actions within society. First of all, the internet has completely flipped how we think about love and relationships. Yes, I agree that people should be free to do what they want with their own bodies, but if we're talking about the effect of platforms like Tinder and OnlyFans on human being society, technically, we're not really built for this, not biologically, and not emotionally or socially either. And a lot of people also believe that the more that we normalize this stuff, especially without thinking critically, is the more we're getting all kind of like weird. And I think the argument can be made that their ancestors.
Oh my gosh, what the heck did I say?
That the more that we normalize this stuff, especially without thinking critically, is the more we're getting.
Man left.
All kind of like weird.
Oh my goodness. What the freak is going on in this world, bro? left distraught after his AI girlfriend dies despite having life partner. So this man was married, who has a real life, oh, he has a real life girlfriend and child, proposed to an AI lover. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like that's a level of, like, Titan, can you explain that, bro? That guy needs to go into some institute or something. Can you explain what's going on in this guy's mind, bro? I feel like this is on, like, there has to be something wrong. Like, there's something wrong with him, definitely something wrong. We can all agree on that. He needs help. He truly does. Like, what? AI side chick is insane. It is insane. Like, he needs help. He needs help. That's it. He needs help.
And I think the argument can be made back in our ancestors' times, like prehistoric times, being intimate and love and all that stuff was kind of connected, and your brain would release these chemicals.
Bring back insane, exactly. Bring back insane asylums. We need to lock some people up because they can't be out here free. If I see somebody on the street, this man talking to his AI girlfriend on the phone, and then I find out later, I see him again one day, and this man is just out of it. This man on the street just crying, and I'm like, yo, you good? What's wrong with you? And he's like, she died. Who died? And he points at the AI girl, bro. I'm calling the cops, bro. we gotta lock him up. He gotta go somewhere. We don't have a sane asylum, so I don't know where we're gonna put him exactly, but he has to go somewhere.
You get close to that person,
Crazy.
and then your body starts releasing oxytocin and dopamine and all that good stuff. And all that does is help you bond and trust and stick around with that person. That's how we survived as a species.
Mm-hmm.
Now people are existing in a world where your brain is being hit with the same chemicals, watching strangers on screens or performing for people that you don't even know. And yeah, as a result, it kind of messes with your ability to connect in real life, and you end up feeling numb and burnt out, and you're like, why can't I find a date? Or you're just straight up not interested in anyone anymore, or anything real or breeding, because you're getting this constant high on stimulation without having to build real emotional closeness and do any of the work. So that rewires your whole reward system, and why would you bother going for a relationship when you get the same dopamine high out of just watching some woman online and then you're beating your crock without having to deal with the drama? Same thing with the women. If they're getting the same dopamine response by getting resources, they don't have to pair themselves with a dude because they can just do whatever they do and show their stuff, and people just give them money and give them attention, and they get stability from that. Then it kind of replaces the need to go out there and find a mate to build a life with. And so here you have it. So I'm not necessarily talking about the whole body count conversation, because that's a whole different thing. That's not what I'm talking about. But when you do repeatedly hook up or perform snooky with people, and you're constantly doing it over and over again, whether that be physically or you're watching it, you're kind of doing the deed and getting the same dopamine response without real connection. And over time, your brain stops associating that action of being with someone with closeness or love. It just becomes something that you do. It becomes a transaction. That basically is what society has become, and it feels great. I'm not gonna lie, it feels amazing when you're watching that content. You're like, oh, this is easy. I don't have to worry about it. I have to ask someone to spread their legs just so I can get a nut off. I can just do what I gotta do and keep it moving and don't get all the drama and blah blah blah. But fast forward a few years, you have people that know how to date,
I don't know, bro.
talk to each other. Nobody knows how to talk to each other anymore.
I just saw
it's
this
like
lady.
The society
I don't know her yet like that.
So connected through social media and the internet, but yet they're so disconnected because you're existing in a state of mental and social castration, where you depend on everything that you feel and get from online to make you happy, instead of the reward center of doing it in real life with real bodies. Then you put stuff like the chatbots into the mix, and boom, you can create intimacy there too. There's a whole other argument about women not knowing how to treat men and vice versa. And I get it. If you don't have to, because you can get the same result somewhere else much easier. Why would you put in the work when you could just call up, you want a real flesh and body, you could just go on Tinder, someone comes over, they smash, they leave, you do it all over again with someone else, and Bob's your uncle. Or maybe he's not. And men are wired to chase novelty, but they're meant to chase it in the real world, but that's completely hijacked, so now they're chasing it digitally or at their fingertips. Women no longer have to work to emotionally bond to anyone because they're having all these casual encounters, and it's just bouncing around from person to person. You're not even in the same tribe. That person doesn't have your back. If you're sleeping outside and someone decides to shit on your head, no one's gonna be there to help you.
But yet I keep things I've done when I just want to live. I'm out of it now. I know I'm out of it, but yet I keep getting brought back to that.
Why do you think they want to punish you so much?
I don't quite know. I really can't wrap my head around it. I would never send anybody anything.
Somebody said something about her, like why people don't like hate on her so much in a way, and they said it's because she made a lot of money, even though she gave up on it and everything, and she's done with it and everything, because of the fact that she is like she has a lot of money because of what she did. Oh, they don't care that she out of the game. They go keep reminding her that she did the game. That's why you guys need to understand, bro. Is it worth it? Because I know it hurts her. I know it hurts. Regardless, she's just trying to better her life. And everybody keeps just talking about the thing that she did. And that it looks like she regrets doing. But they don't care. They're continuing to do this. Many years ago, I heard there was something on Twitter going around on X that one of these people, not that many years ago, but pretty long ago, that she took herself out. And then I thought about it, and I was like, dang, yeah. She probably wanted to, move away and do something else with her life. And then they were like, yeah, nah, we ain't gonna let you live. And then they just kept, I'm telling you, you gotta understand. Is money really worth that? Really? Oh, you watched some of her videos before? Oh.
That was that hateful.
And it's kind of sad because humans didn't evolve to be seen by hundreds and thousands and
True.
millions of people, especially when you're naked and you're most vulnerable. Like, that's supposed to be something private. And honestly, humans are the kind of creatures that are made to exist in very small tribes or societies where they can depend on each other and bond with each other. That's why if you look at cities now, wherever there's way too many Homo sapiens crushed into one area or overpopulated, there's usually an influx of crime. Why? Because
Freaking
there's no accountability.
facts.
Why?
And you see, this is one of the main things of why. You see, I'm gonna bring it back. This is one of the main reasons of why people are, why the powers that be put us in these cities and in these homes. They make houses and build places like this. Why? Because it makes it easier to control us. Hear me. I mentioned this before. Back then, we all had our own farms. We had neighbors, yes, but we all had our own land where we did what we wanted to do on them, right? And we all understood that there was barely anybody around. So we had to understand how important it is, everything that we do, how important that is, how we carry ourselves. Our name is important. We have to treat people with respect, understanding that our name is important. Our person is important. But now, since you're in a city full with millions and millions of people, who cares if you misbehave? And then a lot of people are thinking that way. Who cares if I misbehave, right? You can say like a million of them, or a few thousand, think that way. Who cares if I misbehave? Who cares if I just decide to go buy some drugs or something? Who cares if I just decide to do nothing and just drink all day? Who cares if I decide to go steal from that store over there? And then problems occur. It's crazy out here, mate. Truly. It truly is. truly is. And I believe this was the plan all along.
Would there be? There's too many of you. You can disappear into the crowd. You can't control all those people. There's no tight-knit communities because there's so many people. Plus, with the influx of the population and these people being crammed together, you're going to have more hostile situations because there's so many people packed together that don't know each other from varying tribes from all over in an unnatural environment where they're not out in the wild and living naturally as humans have been intended to and how they evolved to. You'll notice that whenever there's a stigma, it is usually something tied in biology by the way that humans react to things. I mean, when you really sit down and think about it, these stigmas usually stem from something biological. A stigma is a very strong, or most of the time negative, social reaction to someone who is perceived different or threatening or not normal or not like the rest of us. And it can be about your behavior, where you come from, your appearance. There are a lot of these that are program responses, yes, but many of these are biologically programmed responses that are tied to survival instincts from when human beings lived in small tribal and vulnerable groups. And the problem is our instincts has not really evolved as fast as society has via technology and industrialization and all that. So some of that ancient wiring is still messing with everything. We haven't caught up to what we were able to achieve. Our instincts are very much a part of it. That's why we can't get past freaking politics and all that crap that doesn't really matter, because at the core, human beings are still living as cavemen in our minds. I mean, think about it for a second. The stigma around body size, whether you're too fat or too skinny. Someone who is way too thin is seen as sick or malnourished or dying or has some kind of disease. Not a good mate, not a strong ally you can depend on to help you. On the flip side, being too fat, even though body fat is a good thing because you had energy reserves, way too much signals that you have low physical endurance, reduced mobility, something is wrong with you, increased likelihood of disease, heart issues, hormonal imbalance, which can affect fertility, and so people have subconscious red flags going on about that. And when people try to explain this, they see it as, oh, you're not supposed to talk about this. That's not fair. Nobody's trying to be mean. It's primitive brain logic. It's not that people are personally judging people and being mean to them just to be mean to them. There's usually a reason for this. And you usually see the effects of it. Like when someone is so freaking obese to the point where they can't move and their body is rotting out from underneath them, they can't breathe, and their heart can't pump normally and they need oxygen, you cannot tell me health at every freaking size. You cannot then call people fat phobic for looking at this and thinking, hot damn, don't think I want that as a mate. There's those same stigmas against skin color and ethnic appearance. And I'm not talking about something that comes from racism in the modern political sense, but the biological root of this is tribalism. Because for tens and thousands of years, humans lived in very small and tight-knit tribes, and outsiders or people who didn't look like your family usually meant danger. People who didn't look like you or sound like you or behave like you might have brought disease, violence, or competition for resources. So human evolution was basically like, ooh, I'm suspicious of that person. It's not from my group, possibly a threat. The fact that humans have very violent and aggressive tendencies is seen in all this research, and the fact that we even see even modern day apes competing and fighting with each other can give us some possible insight into why human beings act the way they do. And this instinct is why people now feel uneasy around strangers or unfamiliar faces. It's the same reason why people might feel more comfortable marrying within their culture, not necessarily out of hate, but from this deeply embedded sense of safety and predictability. And we all are educated enough to know that, yeah, obviously if you're a different skin color, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to eat someone or take their food. Probably not. But for a lot of humans, that hasn't updated yet. That part of their biology hasn't updated yet. And that goes with a lot of things. The stigma around disabilities and all that stuff, you're not getting rid of those. And so yeah, this brings us back to the spicy content stuff.
Oh my
If
gosh.
I was doing this, or if I wasn't, they would still have to deal with the fact that they have a hot mom. I also think that because my kids are little badasses, that they'll whoop somebody's butt for
Oh. She not only just said her kids will have to deal with having a hot mom, which is insane. She also said her kids are going to fight people for talking about her mom. So, you see the cope? So, she just said her kids are going to have to now fight these people who are talking about their mom. Rewind it.
Still have to deal with the fact that they have a hot mom. I also think that because
This man needs to go to jail too. Lock them both up, please. Hey, listen, remember when I said if I was in charge? They both going to jail.
my kids are little badasses that they'll whoop somebody's butt for talking crap on their mom.
What the hell?
Exactly.
Trust me, I do think.
Did she just say? So she put her kids in this situation. Now her kids are going to go to school, and now people are going to show their pictures of their mom. Oh, look at your mom. She's naked on the internet. And then they go fight. We don't know what's going to happen. And then now somebody probably gets cut, and her kid's in jail. I know escalated, but yeah. And now she's just going to be like, well, they were talking about me. And then they're like, why were they talking about you? Well, because I post videos online. Oh, so you post videos online and so it's your fault. I'm telling you, she'd get locked up so quick. So quick. I'd get a lot of these people. I clean up the streets, bro. The streets will be clean. Bro, you will be able to lick the streets how clean I'd make them.
It's also unfair for women to be judged by a completely different standard than men are judged. I absolutely hate it. But if we're talking about biology and in the case of evolutionary terms, the reason why this whole promiscuity thing is so taboo in the first place, especially to men, why they don't respect that or they don't trust it or they look down on it, is because a woman who sleeps with a lot of partners usually means that if they have a child, it is unclear who the father is.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a threat to the male investment in
True.
the offspring.
True.
And also, on the flip side, this is another thing too, because men don't escape from it either. A man who sleeps around, possible lack of loyalty, unstable pair
Exactly.
bond,
So you
threat to
shouldn't be with
raising
him either.
children successfully because he'll just take off and go somewhere else. Now that is a little bit more excused if the guy has a lot of resources and many females, because that means he can take care of many of them at the same time. So I know a lot of you are probably like, well, what was the point of you babbling on about that? Seriously. Because a lot of these creators end up coming out here and crying either when they enter this kind of work or they exit it because they're wondering, why are people like this and why are people treating me like this? And they don't understand why they just can't live their life and do whatever they want to do and then come back after they're all done and then find a partner who will love them and respect them.
When I
or
tell
will
you,
have
Brian, when I tell you, listen. I don't know this girl right here.
don't understand why they just can't live their life and do whatever they want to do and then come back after they're all done.
I don't know this girl at all. Right? I don't know her at all, Brian.
And then find
But
a partner who will.
because this is here and I know what this thing is, I instantly feel sick. She could simply not be a person who does, anything like as extreme as that old girl, the other girl, right? She could just post pictures, even though I still think that's not good, right? But in my mind, it's just disgusting. She is like the bottom of the bucket. Once again, I don't know who she is. I don't know what she does. But just because it's there, I'm just like, oh man. Like, I feel sick. I really do feel sick. And that's just a thing. And like she said, I don't need to know. Right? I don't need to have seen. I don't even need to meet anybody. Right? But like, nobody could know. Like, you could be fresh into the game. As soon as I hear that you do, instantaneously, I am sick. Clean. Easy. I'm instantly, I need to throw up. I need to leave. I got to go. And they don't understand that. Which is why people keep starting. They're going to keep starting, especially because people say, what's her name? What other girl said? Stephanie. Didn't Stephanie say, OF girlies? Didn't Stephanie say, OF girlies? I just, like, when I just look at these, like, I just feel like
When they end, because a A lot of
like
these
in my
creators-
mind, like I just feel like there's just something like it's kind of like how do I say? Okay, for me, right? For me, when I'm eating, my hands, like even if I'm not eating with my hands, like in a sense, like I'm eating with my fingers, when I'm eating, my hands need to be clean. Really clean, right? So if I touch like let's say I'm eating and I don't know, I touch like my tablet or my keyboard or something, I have to go like wash my hands before I continue eating. You understand what that means? And you could say it's kind of like in a sense of OCD, but I don't know. But I just like if I'm eating, my hands need to be clean. Which means if I'm eating and I touch something that isn't like really clean, because it's into like I'm eating, so you know it has to be really clean. If it's not really clean, I'd have to go wash my hands. I feel like if I'm around any of these females, right, and accidentally, just like I'm walking and then they accidentally bump me in the shoulder, my arm goes numb. I'm like, oh, oh no, somebody help me. Somebody please. I can't, bro. I really cannot. I cannot. No. Like I instantly just feel sick. I don't need to know anything you do. I don't need to know how far you go. As soon as I find out that you're selling yourself on the internet for money. Right? Even not for money. I mean, most of the time for money, but like even if you're selling it for anything else, just selling yourself at all, I instantly like am sick. I am. I'm just sick. I'm just like I'm like nah. You up for that? I just can't, dude. I just can't. Like it's like, and this is why it's like when guys ask, and this is why I don't feel like I never see it as weird when a guy says his wife or his wife needs to be a virgin or anything like that. I never find it like wild for him to say that, because instantly in my head, even if she isn't, right? But in my head, it could be one person or two people. In my head, if you end up finding out the person that you want to be with has been with another person, that's one thing, right? You might be able to get around that aspect of it. Oh, well, she's been with somebody before. You might be able to get around that. But if you ever are in the same place with your girlfriend and or wife, and that person is also there, oh nah. There is a 0% chance. I'm gonna say this right now. I know this is a wild statement. There is 100% chance that your mind is instantly going to go to your wife having been with that person. Instantly, you'll be like, oh, no way. Instantly, it's just a reaction, right? It's just a reaction. I can't help it. If I found out you've been with any person, I can't just normally, like, I can still have a conversation with you, sure, but I will never, especially if I know the person, never be able to. I will never be able to. Which is why if any, like, as soon as my friend, like, I remember this girl I liked, high school, middle school. This is a girl I liked. I mean, it was like 8th grade. Yeah, so the end of middle school. Brian, when I tell you I like this girl, and she was feeling me too, right? This was, when I tell you, I was about to make my play. One of my friends at the time, ended up beating me to the punch, right? And he asked her out and everything. She said yes and everything, and he was with her. Bro, when I tell you, he was with her for like 2-3 months or something. When I tell you, bro, right after that, it was it. It was a wrap for me. It was a wrap for me. I was done. I was good. I was done. I was done instantly. Oh shoot! What the? Instantly in my head, I was like, "Oh no!" Instantly in my head, I was like, "Oh yeah, nah." I just ruined the video. Wait, did the stream end? Okay, it didn't. I just ruined the video. I'm gonna have to start it over from the beginning.
The amount of people that have said.
But, hold up. Where is it at? Where is it?
And it can be about in the wild and living naturally as humans have been intended to and how they evolved to. You'll notice that whenever there's a stigma, it is usually something tied in biology by the way that humans react to things. I mean, when you really sit down and think about it, these stigmas usually stem from something biological in the modern political sense. Like when someone is oxygen, you cannot tell me health at every freaking size. You cannot then call people fat phobic for looking thousands want that as a mate. There's those same stigmas against skin color and ethnic appearance. And I'm not talking about something that comes from racism in the modern political sense, but the biological root of this is tribalism. Because for tens and thousands of years, humans lived in very small and tight-knit tribes, and outsiders or people who didn't look like your family
There
usually...
Right there. But yeah, I couldn't, bro. I was done. I was instantly done, bro. I was instantly done. I was like, yeah, that's it. I never saw her, like, as a person that I would want to date after that. I was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm done, instantly. Because I could, like, when I looked at her, and it's wild to say, like, when I looked at her, I thought of, like, cause, like, she was like, okay, listen. She really, like, when I say she was only your boy, she was only your boy. Like, I remember I don't know if I mentioned her before, but we had an assembly, and she got up on, like, your boy, and I was like, I mean, we're in class right now. The teacher looking back at me, I'm just like, come on, teach, listen, you see my hands up, and I ain't doing nothing. She over here playing games, right? So she was the type of person to do all that, and I was still cool, and I didn't even verbally tell her that, and she probably would have, like, saw the fact that I was, like, pulling away, but I instantly, in my mind, I was done, because she was with somebody that I knew, right, and he, like, we play ball every day, right, so I go, and we, like, play ball, like, after school, and ain't no way I'm not gonna, like, see him every day, and then next thing you know, I end up being with her, and then, I can't. I'll be like, that's him, what, nah, I can't. I can't. What is that? There's a movie or something similar to that. It was, like, the brother or the dad. It was a brother. It was a movie with a brother. Like, this guy, he was dating a girl, or he was with a girl, and then he found out the girl was the sister of some guy that he knew, and then every time he was with her, he started seeing the guy. What was that? You know what I'm talking about, bro? It's like a movie or something. Like, he was with a girl, and then he found out the girl's brother was somebody he knew, or the girl's dad was somebody he knew, and then every time he would, like, when he was with her, he thought of, like, every time he tried, like, when she tried to kiss him and everything, he's like, oh, because he saw the brother, can picture. I'm just trying to picture who the main character is. Who is it? Who is it? Yo, it's like it's right there. I feel like I know who the actress is now, but I don't know. Cause if I know the actress, then is that the actress? I wish I would be able to like just Google everything that I just said and find the movie, but I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm not even gonna try really.
He meant danger. People who didn't look like you or sound like you or behave like you might have brought disease, violence, or competition for resources. So human evolution was basically like, ooh, I'm suspicious of that person. It's not from my group, possibly a threat. The fact that humans have very violent and aggressive tendencies is seen in all this research, and the fact that we even see even modern day apes competing and fighting with each other can give us some possible insight into why human beings act the way they do. And this instinct is why people now feel uneasy around strangers or unfamiliar faces. It's the same reason why people might feel more comfortable marrying within their culture, not necessarily out of hate, but from this deeply embedded sense of safety and predictability. And we all are educated enough to know that, yeah, obviously if you're a different skin color, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to eat someone or take their food. Probably not. But for a lot of humans, that hasn't updated yet. That part of their biology hasn't updated yet. And that goes with a lot of things. The stigma around disabilities and all that stuff, you're not getting rid of those. And so yeah, this brings us back to the spicy content stuff.
If I was doing this or if I wasn't, they would still have to deal with the fact that they have a hot mom. I also think that because my kids are little badasses, that they'll whoop somebody's butt for talking crap on their mom.
What the hell?
Trust me, I do think it's also unfair for women to be judged by a completely different standard than men are judged. I absolutely hate it. But if we're talking about biology, and in the case of evolutionary terms, the reason why this whole promiscuity thing is so taboo in the first place, especially to men, why they don't respect that, or they don't trust it, or they look down on it, is because a woman who sleeps with a lot of partners usually means that if they have a child, it is unclear who the father is. And that is a threat to the male investment in the offspring. And also, on the flip side, this is another thing too, because men don't escape from it either. A man who sleeps around, possible lack of loyalty, unstable pair bond, threat to raising children successfully because they'll just take off and go somewhere else. Now that is a little bit more excused if the guy has a lot of resources and many females, because that means he can take care of many of them at the same time. So I know a lot of you are probably like, well, what was the point of you babbling on about that? Seriously. Because a lot of these creators end up coming out here and crying either when they enter this kind of work or they exit it, because they're wondering, why are people like this and why are people treating me like this? and they don't understand why they just can't live their life and do whatever they want to do and then come back after they're all done and then find a partner who will love them and respect them, or who will have an issue with people negatively perceiving them for their choices, because everyone should just accept what they do. They also get mad that when they try to go back out in the dating world, people don't want to settle down or do the bare minimum for them. But why should they? If they exist in a world where they can just get everything for free, and the OnlyFans models or the OnlyFans creators will come out and say, well, it's not fair because the same men who were judging you were the same men who watch your content. That is true, but the more you make the content is the more men end up watching it, is the more men end up downplaying the respect you should give to women, is the more they're like, why should I even bother respecting women? I don't need them because I can get 100 of them at the tip of my fingers anyway. And then the same men who are always talking about women be hoes these days, society is doomed, are the same ones going out there and supporting these people and straight up creating the very problem that they claim is plaguing their society. Meanwhile, they're directly contributing to it. Make it make sense.
It's like the glow is gone, I think. It's like the glow is gone. You know? That could be the reason. Like that light has faded. She's now in darkness.
Anyway, I just thought it was an interesting topic because everyone's always guessing around, but seem to not get the psychology or the biology behind why certain things exist the way they do. But that is why. That being said, do whatever you want, have whatever job you want. But just like any other occupation that you choose that has hazards and consequences, for example, if you work in construction, you might have back and knee issues, you might fall. If you work as an electrician, you probably at one point in your life are going to get electrocuted, possibly die. If you're a policeman or a firefighter, you're going to be away for long hours. It's possible that your relationship might not last if you're with a woman who needs you to be around, or if you're in the military as a man or a woman and you're going to be gone for long periods of time. It is possible that you're risking your relationship being open to someone else because your partner will get lonely. There's just certain things that come with certain environments or occupations. It just is what it is.
What's cringy?
Same thing
What I say?
for spicy content workers. Just understand that when you're giving your goods away, that you are sacrificing and speccing into something that you won't be able to come back from later. You can live like a king. Just understand that you probably are going to end up lonely like one.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That's an outro for real. Gosh. It was a strong one. It was a strong one there.
When I got back from Wakanda, I felt stuck. To bring my ideas to life, I need...
She made a video on it too. Oh my. Wait, hold up. I want to see this. What the freak? No, I don't have time. It's a long video. Oh, she talked about that game. She talked about y'all game. What is this? Is this Titan's game? Yeah, Titan's the one who told me about this, right?
What is fun about an abandoned warehouse trip? Okay. What's this all about?
Treaties were signed. Promises made and broken. Is it stealing to take back what was stolen?
Stolen? Who's stealing them?
Us.
All right, question. So if let's say Titan steals something from me, right? And then Titan sells it to Bri for $500,000. Okay? And then I go up to Bri's front door and I'm like, that's mine. And Bri's like, what? No, I paid $500K for it. And I'm like, no, it was mine. The person who sold it to you stole it from me. And the Bri's like, yeah, but I paid $500K for it. And I take it from Bri. That's still stealing. Right? That's still stealing. Y'all game. Yeah, isn't that y'all game? The one y'all told me about?
There's conversation going around this game called Relooted. And before everyone comes out and starts the very predictable chanting, grifters, you were just waiting for y'all to say something. Grifting, am I right? I'll say is that the game looks beautiful. The concept itself isn't bad. However, I find it really weird that the same people who are talking about harmful stereotypes will go bend over backwards to defend this just because people are talking about it that might not look like them. Meanwhile, there are people who do look like them that have an issue with it. Actually, listen to what people are saying first, because I do think that yes, especially nowadays, probably not the best idea to release a game like this for which audience? Because with all the stuff that's happening in society right now, you think white people are going to buy this? Really? With all the stuff that's happening in society right now, especially the sentiments towards black people, you think black people are going to buy this? And that's okay if you want to even support the game just because you want to support the game, or I guess boycott your enemies, sure. But games usually don't exist off of stuff like that. If you're going to boycott something en masse, like it not being up to standard, and you decide not to buy it, that's fine. But if you're going to come together and actually support it to buy it, I find it's a lot harder, especially when you don't have the actual right reason for doing it. It has to actually be good. So for people who don't know, and just for the people out there crying and saying that we're grifting for talking about this, you yourselves had said stuff like this, but isn't there like a perpetually harmful stereotype about black people stealing and looting?
Exactly.
Nah. You know why? Look over there. Those are my people. So my people's gonna hurt me. They're not part of a good cause.
Looters ducking in to take what they can.
I could see the glass being completely just shattered, blown out by
Oh, this is LA, right?
The alarm company called me. A lot of people from the neighborhood, because it's a neighborhood barbershop, you know, and I try to help the community out, and I cut a lot of kids, so I just want whoever to know, whoever did this to know that I take care of my kids, and if you have kids too, that, you know, I didn't deserve this.
And the thing is, every time the media is pushing this, I'm sorry, the most of what they show on the news are black people looting and stealing. And so everybody thinks, look, I'm just saying.
I mean, they do it. I ain't even associated with that, because you won't catch me out there, but they be taking stuff, right? So hey, we didn't see that one video. It was at that gas station or something. It wasn't a gas station. It was a movie theater. It was some type of thing. Oh, like they jumped over the thing. They broke all the things, started throwing bottles. I was just like, it seems about right. Seems about right. You see, y'all said y'all not stealing, y'all not thieving for real. I think this is up your alley. This is up your alley for real.
Everyone is going to start to associate black people or dark-skinned people with looting and thievery. And the thing is, people don't like talking about this because they're scared they're going to be called racist. Even black people in the community, when they speak up about it, they're called Uncle Tom and all these horrible names by other black people. So if people can't talk about issues
Like
this,
women, not all, and black people, not all, they just love playing like this game. So if somebody's doing something bad, because they're in my community, I got to accept it. The reason why I brought women is because of that last thing with the that last video we saw yesterday with that one girl. She was telling the gym girls to stop lifting up their pants and doing all that in front of the camera because they don't really need to do that, and they only doing that for, you know, to show off the glutes, right? And then a comment said, "Tell me you're not a girl's girl without telling me you're not a girl." I was like, what the freak does that mean? These people are doing something that is wrong. Does that mean I have to co-sign it just because she's a female? It's so dumb. I hate when people bring up these conversations. Like, they're stealing. That's bad. They're making a game about us stealing. That's bad. Man, you, like, y'all what? Y'all say you don't want to be perceived this way, but you guys buy their game or, like, promote their game that is showing us as thieves? Crazy.
How are they gonna be fixed? This isn't the first time that I've talked about the portrayal of dark-skinned people either. And at the core of this issue is the centuries-old racist trope of black people as thieves or savages.
Pretty much, yep.
People
It's
who
crazy
are not,
out here.
think about poverty areas where black and white people will steal equally. It just seems like black people are doing it more because in those specific areas that they're showing, the demographic is more so skewing black. So you have this harmful stereotype that's perpetuated in this country about black people being thieves. And in the midst sense of this when society is at a peak time where they're getting annoyed because criminality is just, there's leniency being shown around criminals in general, especially in cities. You thought it would be a good idea to release a game that centers around black characters or African characters stealing, even if the premise is reclaiming artifacts stolen from them. The game is kind of leaning into these tired stereotypes. Even if it's satire or subversion or whatever they want to say it is, it's still replicating the damaging imagery that's reinforcing these associations in popular media, especially right now. Imagine if there was a game where Jewish people had to steal back gold from banks. Oh, the Jewish people would be on that so fucking quick. They'd be like, okay, what? Like, that would clearly and immediately be seen as offensive, and there'd be a big
That is so
hoopla
funny.
about it. The fact that this game was even greenlit and
That she even
marketed
made
this
that.
way, it kind of shows a massive failure in cultural sensitivity and basic common sense. Like, read the room. Here's a legitimate question that I have, right? Why is it any time that black people are pointed out in media or they're starring in media, and it wasn't this way, like, in our parents' times and stuff, they had gotten past that. But lately, it seems like all modern stuff that comes out, movies, shows, whatever, why is it that the black characters have to always revolve around crime, struggle, or theft? Why is it, oh my gosh, someone's being racist against us, we're victims? Or, oh, we gotta go steal. Even in the Robin Hood show that
This is the thing.
reviewed, they had those same
This is the thing I wanted to, like, that they talked about.
tropes. And a black person is the one who directed this. Like, he'll be the first people to talk about fight against the people. But you're also showcasing all the worst stereotypes about your community and calling it, I'm just trying to tell our truth. If you want to talk about white colonialism, still adopting this mentality and pushing it forward and then crying about white supremacy is crazy to me, because you are indirectly, by proxy, perpetuating that mindset by doing this. And then you have the audacity to scream grifters when people call out this very damaging portrayal of what is already damaging a whole community. Like, there's no shortage of stories that could be told featuring African or black or Caribbean protagonists. There's science fiction, there's high fantasy, romance, mystery, dark romance, time travel, whatever. Instead, developers have to lean into the cliche of black people plus stealing, or black people plus slavery, or white people racist, and then dress it up in some kind of context and call it a game. Like, it's just really, I think people are really tired of it. Even other black people are really tired of it. It's kind of insulting. It's not even kind of insulting. It's insulting, and it's annoying. So, bro.
Should have called in Martin Luther King. What the heck? Martin Luther King. Make a black skin character loot in the game and call it relooted.
Bro, it's so tone deaf. And then you have people, I'm not saying these people are, but you'll have
Exactly. Like, it was fine to where it was, and it looked like they had it on display so other people can come see it. Like why do you gotta? This is kind of wild. This is kind of wild.
have people who are actually prejudiced.
Mostly peaceful shoplifting simulator.
People will be like, yup, depicting them the right way and giving them fodder for this. It does not make any sense.
It's
Dude.
funny. Endgame boss, Indiana Jones, belonged to the museum / cracked whip. Oh my god! Endgame boss, Indiana Jones, it belongs in the museum. Crack whip. I was like, what the freak? Yo, that's crazy. That would be crazy.
Hard to just write characters who are.
They should have named it The Usual Suspect. Yo, the comments are always like, look at this. The Endgame one with the Indiana Jones, and they should have they should have named it The Usual Suspects. I mean, it is, you know what I'm saying? Like, as soon as the cops find out that there's been a robbery, they go get out there. They be like, "Oh, look at the cameras. Yep, it look like a whole bunch of black people." That's what I expected. Man, they doing this to themselves. They're doing this to themselves.
Characters first. Then you have people saying, "You guys are just grifting outrage. You'll complain about anything. It's just a game. Relax." All right. Then why is it when the shoe's on the other foot, though, and there are no black characters, get all bent out of shape about it and say there's not enough inclusion and diversity, get all bent out of shape? It's just a game. Relax.
It's only a game. Why do you have to be mad?
Also, I don't really see anybody getting rich or famous off of calling out racism in indie video games. If we want clicks and clout, we just post clickbait reaction videos or make up drama or actually farm actual rage-baiting outrage. But us pointing out something that's legitimately messed up because it is, and we're telling people, hey, maybe not do this because not the right time to do this, that's wrong. And these people don't think about things in the broad standard of things, right? Would it be satire if a bunch of Jewish characters were robbing a bank to reclaim Nazi gold? Would it be just a game if Native Americans in loincloths showed up raiding a museum? No? Then why is it different here? Why is it only different when it comes to black characters? No, the other is, oh, it's offensive when everyone else does it, but let the black people do it. Let them do it. It's funny, isn't it? Ha ha.
I thought my jokes were bad.
And if your whole point is just, well, they're trying to reclaim what was stolen, fine. If that's empowering, then go ahead. Make that the message. But frame it with pride, not as some goofy-ass heist comedy. You can have black characters reclaiming their heritage or African characters reclaiming their heritage in ways that aren't freaking saturated in these cartoonish depictions of thievery and them being Wasn't there just a game recently about the same thing where the lead character is a black woman and she's going on a heist and stealing and shit?
Seems like everyone does these days. It's simple. Too much money and too much power is held by just a few people. And it's only getting worse.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
I'm telling you, the usual suspects is real. This black chick right here, it looks like everybody else doing it. Man, I can't walk out my door without somebody trying to steal something from me. So I guess I'm doing it too.
I just don't understand it. And I swear, if some of you people are like, oh, you're just being sensitive. Like, really? You're not the same ones who had issues with black people not being included in certain games where it doesn't make sense for them to be included in those games? Really? But we're being sensitive? Everybody calling this out is being sensitive? The people who are saying, hey, give black people better representation than being fucking thieves and slaves, they're being sensitive? Really? Okay, I don't get society at all. I really don't get society. And like I said, the game itself is pretty. I don't think anything is wrong with the game concept. Yes, I'm not saying that black people shouldn't be heist, people in star in heist games or movies or whatnot. But there's a way to do things. Like I said, those examples I gave before, if they're offensive to those other ethnicities and cultures, then they should be offensive to African Americans or to Africans. Look how strong and brave we are. We're taking it back. We're gonna steal. Stealing is bruh. You see, this is the kind of, oh my god, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. And then like it's so low hanging fruit. These people.
13% looted. Yeah. Stuff like this makes me think a black Superman would actually.
People did this on purpose. I feel like they did this on purpose. Watch the creator be black too. That would be freaking hilarious because that's what always happens. Wait. Okay. All right. Really? Really? In 4K. I'm so dead right now. Look. People's comments. Oh, I can't. This is what I mean though, right? Like video games can literally be about anything. I understand that. I get it. But like, can the games where they're pushing blackness or African culture be literally anything other than crime and struggle and the white man? Like, can we have something outside? Why is the media pushing this so hard the last 10 years?
If they
Like,
wanted
what is
to, like,
going on?
in like how Black Panther worked out, right? Like with the whole thing of him fighting in his tribe, why don't they just make an African warrior game? I feel like people would like that too, you know? Like they just like just some ancient Africans just going to war, just fighting, right? Just pure blackness, nothing having to do with no white guy, nothing, just you and the culture and just them being warriors. Why don't we just do that? I feel like we'd like that, you know? We'd be okay with it.
It's like they're trying on purpose to sow dissent. And the reason why I speak about things like this is because I recognize it for what it is. I realize what it is. And there might be some black people that are like, no, it's not that, because they haven't really stopped to think about it. It's giving, hey, people are laughing at you, not with you, and you don't realize they're doing it. And then people are trying to tell you, oh, by the way, nudge, nudge, those people aren't your friends. They're not laughing with you. They're laughing at you, and you're laughing with them, thinking that you're in on the joke. Bitch, you are the joke. Nope. Nope. Like, I will buy GTA 6 when it comes out, because Rockstar at least makes their games really well. Didn't escape me, though, that every portrayal of the black characters in that was girls twerking on cars.
Crazy game. But in this...
I mean, that's what they do!
Trailer, there is some concerning things that people are talking about. And it is talked about how black people are depicted. Now, these are real people. They pretty much use a likeness, but you have black women twerking there on the cars and with the weaves and the sandals going crazy. You have Pookies and Ray Rays out there.
Oh my gosh.
Ratchet as fuck.
I mean, that's what they... Listen, depending on where you are in the world, if you see... Oh my gosh, yo, why am I talking, bro? If you see one of them, there's a chance you go get... I feel like there's like a 75% chance, once again, depending on where you are, that you go get one of them. And where I'm at, you might as well just walk across the street. Remember when I said, like, if I got like a little bit too much money on me, and I'm walking around the street and I see, some people walking my way, I'm gonna tighten up a little bit. Same thing with the African American females too. I'm gonna tighten up a bit. I mean, let me get moving. Let me get to walking across the street real quick.
I mean, every stereotype that you can look at. Yes, there's some white stereotypes there too, but which community is suffering more from those harmful stereotypes? That, yes, I understand the media is portraying them because they're pushing that, and there are some people or members of that community that are speaking or putting themselves in the middle of that representation and pushing that. That does not represent all of black people in America or all of Africans. Most Africans don't even act like that. So can we get some other freaking stories? Like, where are all the stories? They have Zeus and Thor and Germanic tales and folklore from Scotland and Ireland and all these different places. Can we have
Actually have in my story something. It's a story. It's inspired by a story from Scottish mythology. It's so cool. The story is awesome.
Africans, like
And my character is inspired by the story.
Until I watched American Gods, and I stopped watching that because it just got really convoluted. But there were some things I didn't even know about. Like, who is this? I've never heard of this god before. And then I had to do another video, and I was looking up.
What the freak is that? Oh my gosh! You see the black girls, bro.
Curiosity, because I was tired of Disney and stuff. I'm like, wait a minute. There are all these different African gods and heroes and stuff. I have never heard of it, and it makes sense that there would be because the continent is huge. It is gigantic, and there are so many different countries in there with different cultures and different backgrounds and stories and folklore. And why are none of these being picked up? It's like America. It's like it's impossible for America to tell the story of, God forbid, African tales, like actual African tales. No, it's got to be connected to slavery in some way, shape, or form.
I'm telling you, it's a message, bro. They're trying to keep all black people in this mindset of victimhood, because black people, when they have that mindset, they believe that they cannot do nothing. I'm telling you, they are not helping all of these women and all of these, not even just women, like artists and stuff that you guys be listening to, these thugs, these ratchet females All of them. They're keeping you in this mindset that they are all the enemy. They always talk about the cops are an issue and the white man is a problem, and then you just sort of continue to sit here, and then you're going to continue to do nothing, and then you're going to continue to believe, oh well, I can't do anything because the white man's putting me down. The white man didn't do nothing to you. The white man don't know who you are. So shut up and try to do something. But I can't because slavery. Because slavery. Name one slave. Name one besides Harriet Tubman. Name one. You don't know no one. So stop talking about it like you were there. And get moving. Like, it pisses me off, bro. And it pisses me off because of, like, my family members and them who are not black and have to deal with these people. I'm just like, what the freak does she have to do with that? She wasn't there. She doesn't know nothing about that. She's a super nice lady. And you guys are putting on this whole thing that, oh, well, she's racist in blood. In blood? In blood? Man, you better get up and... Hold on. What did she say? Hold on. She said, go over to get a tall glass of shut up. Go over there and get a tall glass of shut up. Man, these people. Gosh. It pisses me off. And obviously not all. But it's too many when I'm hearing about it, like, daily. Too many. They don't even try. They don't even try. Alright. Let's just continue this video. It's almost done.
Freaking, oh my god, those white people, microaggressions and blah, blah, blah. And you don't realize the subtle messaging of it is that they want black people to maintain the mental slavery that bothers
Exactly. That's what I was exactly saying.
Take yourself from mental slavery. It is mental slavery that they put you in.
Exactly what I was talking about, bro. Separate yourself from mental slavery, and none of this can free. Exactly. You see? Even Bob was out here saying that. That's probably why they got him. They're gonna call you, man. They could call me whatever. But guess what? I'm not gonna be with them crying. Talking about, I can't move because the white people said I can't go outside. Man, shut up. Because you didn't even try. It's like you staying inside and you're saying they're not letting me go outside when you didn't even try to look out the window. There's nobody there. They're trapping themselves. They're trapping themselves. They're trapping themselves. And the thing is, because all the powers that be, they know how to do that. They know easily how to control these people. All of the celebrities that are black, guess what they are? They are basketball players, football players. They are rappers. That's about it. Yeah, sure, you can have some actors here and there. But most of them, if somebody were to say, name a black person, a lot of people are going to name an athlete. Right? So they make these people believe if you can't play in the league, be a rapper. If you can't do that, you might as well do drugs because that's what they do. They're keeping you in the system. And you guys keep falling for it. And that's your fault. That is your fault. Because just like he said right there, you got to get control of your mind. You got to get back control of it. These people, bro.
Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. This mental slavery that they put you in, while pretending to be your friend, they're manipulating you into thinking you need them, so they can remind you of how much of a victim that you are. So you need them. They need to be there for you. And then when you're constantly pushing that message and other people are getting tired of it and they're like, okay, everybody else went through something and you're the only ones who are harping on this, then the media or the people who are in charge are like,
You see how they treat you when you cry about your victimhood? Look at them.
Oh my God.
You.
Okay.
You're a victim. Everything
Okay,
we said
woo.
was right. You
Okay.
need us. And then they're like, yeah, we see it now when they're the ones who manufactured that very outcome. Bro, wake up. Good grief. Anyway.
She's gonna save all the black people. Oh my gosh! Once again with the outro, she's gonna save all the black people with this one video. Everybody, you black, go watch it. If you have an inkling, if you've ever thought to yourself, the white man stopping me from, like, you don't even need to continue it. Just, if you ever thought the white man is stopping me from, go watch this video. She gonna get you right. She gonna get you right. Wait, Ichigo, was that you who posted that in the Discord? I saw something in there. I was wondering who posted it. Let's double check. Yeah, that's you. The Wonder Woman. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Say this too. Oh. Yeah, I understand what you're talking about with the whole with that one girl. I don't remember her name. What is her name? What is her name? Hold up. No lie. Wait, hold up. 2000, what is it? 2016 was it? No, because I have a, yo, this picture right here. This picture right here. I think I actually have this comic because I remember I got like a comic bundle of some Iron Man some comic books from Marvel, and it was like a mystery box of comics, and I got a comic of Ironheart. I think I have it. Hold up, bro. Let me see if I have it. Give me a second. Give me a second. I want to see. I'm not gonna mute it. I'm gonna look over here real fast. Actually, I am because the thing is about to be really loud. Give me a second. And I'm gonna have to dig through it all. But yo, when I tell you the Ironheart, it's a pretty old comic. But the Ironheart in that one, she was so like, hey. I didn't read the comic. I'm just talking about like what she looked like in it. What year did it come out, bro? Because I'm trying to find the one that I had. I mean, that I have. Is it 2015? I think it's 2016. Wait, let me see. 2016, 2017. No, that's not her. What the freak is that? 2018. Yeah, it's the 2016 one. It's the first one then. 2016. Yeah, no? Is it this one? I think it's this one. I think this... Is this the one? Hold up. 2017. I really would like to show you guys to see if I can find what she looked like in that comic. Is it 2017? Hold up. Yes. Wait, Marvel Comics. Invisible Woman issue. Yes. I think this is the one. Is this the one? I don't know if this is the one, bro. Because she was there. Man. Never mind. I'm about to go find it. I'll, like, if I find it, like, I'll show it to you guys. I'll probably post, like, something on Discord on it. Like, of the comic if I can. I can dig through all of them and find it. 2015 it was. Invincible Iron Man. This is not the one. I think it was a picture. I don't know. I don't know if it was, because I think it was a picture inside the comic book. Like, it's in one of my I don't know if I have a comic of it, or if it's inside of a comic I have. Like, you know how in, like, in your comics it shows like the the other comics and like the ads and stuff. But all I'm gonna say is, man, in the comics, she was something else. I mean, she's still like, I still am not saying like her as a character, but she looked good. She looked good, bro. Like the one that I saw, she like, that's why when I found out they were making Ironheart, and then I saw her, like the actress that played her, I was like, I mean, that don't look like, she don't really look like what I remember from the comic. She don't really look the same. Hold up, how the heck? If this arm is going down like this, if her arm is out like that, then the bicep, yeah, this part would twist out this way, going back this way. And since that's going that way, this part comes out like this way. And then the hand, let's put the hand like this. Let's put the thumb like this. Let's put a finger like this, and let's put the hands down there. And then this arm comes down, and then let's twist this like that. And then let's do that, and then let's put this thumb, and then let's put this finger, and let's put these fingers down. Oh, and this leg. Like that. And then, hold up, I turned it this way, so now if I'm like Draw a box for the head. Why not? Let's do that. Let's get the traps. Make sure the traps are behind the neck. Always gotta remember that. They are not in the front because the traps are back muscles. Let's put like her foot out like this. Alright guys, this will be for me today. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I'll see you guys tomorrow with the next one. If you're willing, of course, because I almost wasn't able to stream today. Things were going issues, and then I ended up having technical difficulties, and I was like, oh no, I can't stream, but I promised I was going to stream, and then I streamed, and I was like, yeah, let's go. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow to the next one. I gotta get some things done. I gotta get some more writing done also today. But yeah, World War Hulk. See ya. Have a good one, sir. World War Hulk is the greatest Hulk like ever. He's my favorite one. My favorite Hulk. Peace. Have a good one. Ichigo. Peace, love, and chicken grease. Peace, love, and chicken grease. Alright. Alright. Have a good one, me. Yeah, nah. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, that looks nice. I like that one. But yeah, I'll see you guys. Peace. Have a good one. Good night. Good night. Oyasumi. Oyasumi nasai. Have a good one, guys. Alright, guys. See ya.